For a moderator as well, please. Thank you. And we are going to be discussing inclusion in mobility, Erasmus Plus, implementation of inclusion measures. For that, we have a fantastic all-star panel. So I would like to call all the panelists on stage, please. Round of applause. We will introduce them now. Yes, fantastic. I'm sorry we don't have Madonna mics for everybody, but I think the normal ones will do. Very good. So yesterday we discussed a bit about our data, the background on the inclusion measures. We learned a bit more about how we did end up where we are right now with the new Erasmus Plus program with new measures. But now, 1 year down the line, it's time to take stock and understand where do we find ourselves almost 1 year and a half after the beginning of the new program. And for that, we have a fantastic all-star cast, as I'm saying. I mean, it's impossible to find better speakers to talk about this topic. And therefore, I would like to introduce you to first Svava Finsem from the European Commission. Svava is a policy officer at the B1 Higher Education Unit in the JEAC. Her focus is on the Key Action 131, basically intra-European mobility, and she has been working a lot on inclusion and also in the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education, where we had the chance to share the working group. So an applause for Svava, please. She also comes from Iceland. She's a seconded national expert, which is a very cool title, by the way, and she was working before in the university there. Then we are also very happy to have someone that you met before, Josip Lusa, from the Salto Resource Center for Inclusion and Diversity, that is now being established in the Croatian National Agency. Josip has been around for quite a long time in Erasmus Plus, since 2015, when he joined the agency's BED department as a Key Action 2 officer and coordinator of the national team of ECBEC experts. He was named Inclusion Officer, so he has a lot of experience in the topic already from before, in 2021, and he has been helping to shape this strict plan of the agency in the field of inclusion. And now he has become the head of the Salto Center that will have a key role during this program cycle. So another round of applause, please. We also have Martin with us, Martin Bogdan from ACA, a policy officer and project officer in ACA, in the Academic Cooperation Association, a long-standing partner of ESN as well. And Martin has been working at ACA since 2019, before he was doing his traineeship in the European Commission, if I'm not wrong. Working in project management, development of new projects, and including a variety of tasks such as data collection. He's a big data fan, and also analysis, reporting, and communication and dissemination. His interests are related with community development, sustainability, and digitalization. An applause, please. We also have Katrina. That's Katrina's project, they pronounce it correctly? Kind of, okay. It will get better. Vice President of the European Students' Union, and Katrina comes from Latvia originally, and since 2014, so for more than 8 years now, she has been active in student representation on all levels, including local, national, and of course now international. She was a member of the executive board of her National Student Union from 2018 until 2021. And also, as membership coordinator, her previous role in ESU, she worked to ensure that the needs of the member organizations were acknowledged and met. Now, as vice president, she's focusing on internationalization, following very closely Erasmus+, but also the Bologna process. A big applause also for Katrina, please. And last but not least, we have Lucia Gennaro from the Arcus European University Alliance and University of Padova, one of my mobility destinations, by the way, so very nice to have you here. Lucia works for the University of Padova as Project and Mobility Officer, and she has been very involved in the last 2 years as the co-chair of the action line, Widening Access, Inclusion and Diversity in the Alliance. And now, in the new cycle, which Argus got with very good grades from what I know, so a very nice evaluation from the European Commission, she's focusing on the Arcus Inclusion and Diversity Hub and contribution to the coordination of Arcus activities at the university. But she also has more experience also in Latin America, the UK, the United States, and Spain, in particular in international development, cooperation, and inclusion-related issues. Big round of applause as well. Fantastic. And now to set a bit the rules of the game. As you can see, we have a wide variety of experts at all levels. So from the European Commission to the support center to even the universities and analysis implementing those mobilities to the biggest network of student representation in Europe. So this is the perfect space to discuss the implementation of Erasmus+. I'm going to be asking them a first round of questions in which they will address particular topics related to the implementation of inclusive mobility, and then we will have small discussion, and what we really want is to involve you in the conversation. So we'll have at least 15 or 20 minutes to discuss with you, to get your questions, comments, and input, so you can start already thinking about them. And now time to start. The first question is for Svava. Svava, you have been extremely involved in all things inclusion in Erasmus Plus higher education. We would like to ask you what have been the main steps this year that you and your team have taken to implement the inclusion priority specifically in higher education. I think that now, after 1 year, we're in a very good position to get this feedback from you on what has worked, what needs more support, and also what are the next steps. So, Svava, the floor is yours. You can take the mic.
Thank you, Juan. Yes, well, now we are a year into the program. There's a lot we have learned. There's a lot we are still learning. But in general, we're not making any big changes. We have our program rules set, and we're not going to change them. But we are still able to make some little tweaks to try to improve the program, make our rules a bit clearer. So in terms of like concrete actions, there's, for example, the Salto that we'll hear more about. But we've also tried to make some changes. For example, we have now made it clearer in the participant grant agreements that participants with fewer opportunities should be paid before they go on mobility. A little bit clearer for the institutions to encourage them to maybe step a little bit away from being so strict on the confirmation of arrival, because we know this can be a very big barrier for students, this financial aspect. We have also, or we are working on making small changes to the application form for higher education institutions and asking them to include this percentage of participants who will receive the top-up of your opportunities. So this will help the NAs also to see like the level in the country and maybe help them with the allocation, but we're really seeing this as an opportunity for the institutions to set goals for themselves, to think about their student population, like how can they involve more people from these groups that get the top-up for participants with fewer opportunities. So these small things, but we are also have been working on the EDGE monitoring guide that I know you know very well. But for those of you who don't know, this EDGE is the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education. It's the entry ticket for higher education institutions into the program. And in this charter, by signing it, they are committing to certain principles. And we had this working group with the representatives from NAs, from students and higher education institutions. And we've updated this old document to reflect the new charter. And a big part of the new charter is inclusion. So we have been working on this guide, and with the group, we decided that inclusion will be one of the pressure points that we will specifically focus on. So along with digitalization and the core mobility principles from the old program and student support. And this document is for the national agencies, but it will also be available to the institutions themselves. And we're not making it to scare the institutions or anything. We're not going to tell the NAs how to police the institution. It's more, like we discussed in the group, it's a blend of doing monitoring, because we have to monitor that institutions are doing what they've committed to in the charter. But we've also discussed that this guide should help the NAs on how to guide the institutions, because we know the institutions are not all at the same level of inclusion. They don't all have inclusion strategies, collaboration with local stakeholders, but the guide will then help the NAs see like this overall point of view and where they can help the institutions themselves. But overall, we've had quite a positive response, I think, to all the inclusion measures. I don't think anyone is against inclusion, but of course we need to clarify some things. We've clarified, for example, that the NAs can change the criteria for the top-up per academic year, which will be helpful to include more groups. We've also clarified that the top-up can be combined with the real cost support. And we've also talked a lot about the blended intensive programs being a new opportunity to involve non-mobile student groups. But I think for the future, after we've published these guides, this guide for the NAs, the next interesting step for us in the coming year will be the new mobility framework. I don't know if it has been discussed at all during this event. But this mobility framework will be a basis for a new proposal for a council recommendation. And so it will be replacing an old initiative from 2011 called Youth on the Move. And this mobility framework will focus on trying to remove any obstacles to mobility and making mobility the norm instead of the exception. So we're really looking forward to working on that in the coming year.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Thank you so much. A very clear picture of both where we stand and what's coming next. I'm sure that many stakeholders here will be happy to contribute to that mobility framework. So now also building a bit on one of the measures that you have highlighted, that you basically the creation of the Salto Center. Josip, tell us a bit more about this important STIC development that the Salto Center is. Yesterday, some of us that attended your session already learned a bit, but what we'd like to know now is what are the core priorities for your center now? What's going to happen next? What are the first measures that we'll take? And especially in the context of education and training, which is a very broad group of stakeholders, institutions, how do you think such a center can manage to create a common strategy that benefits everybody? And of course also, since here we have mostly higher education stakeholders, if you can tell us a bit how higher education institutions, student organizations active in higher education will benefit concretely from the center?
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks again for the invitation and for the opportunity to take part in the event. I will start by saying a few words about the Salto Resource Center because a lot of people asked me yesterday, what is Salto? What is it that you're doing? So basically, Salto Resource Centers are supporting bodies established by the European Commission with the aim of helping improve the quality and impact of the Erasmus Plus program. I think there's a total of 12 Salto Resource Centers now. Some of them are, let's say, geographically oriented. Some of them are thematically oriented. So, for example, we have, I don't know, Salto Southeast Europe, obviously covers the area of Southeast Europe, or Salto Euromed gathers the national agencies from the Mediterranean. And on the other hand, I don't know, we have Salto Participation and Information, or in our case, Salto Inclusion and Diversity, so obviously dealing with specific topics. So each Salto Resource Center is hosted by one NA, and the Croatian NA was, after all the proposals that were submitted were evaluated, was chosen to host the Salto Resource Center for Inclusion and Diversity in the field of education and training. I need to emphasize this field of education and training because there is another Salto Center for Inclusion and Diversity in the field of youth. So at some point, the European Commission recognized the need to open another resource center for inclusion and diversity that will deal specifically with the field of education and training. So basically, Salto is now a department within our NA, even though it is somewhat flattering to call it a department, considering that there's only two of us at this point, but we will soon be three. And as I said, our goal is to bring mobility opportunities closer to people with fewer opportunities and help the European Commission in the process of making the Erasmus Plus program more inclusive and diverse. Two specific features of this Salto Resource Center, well, one of them I already mentioned. It covers all fields of education and training, so school education, vocational education and training, higher education, and adult education. So quite challenging. And on the other hand, our primary target group is NA staff. So the reason I'm saying this is it would be impossible for two people or three people from the department to interact with all higher education institutions and other beneficiaries and applicants from all around Europe. But the idea is to provide learning opportunities to NA staff. The idea is to build their capacity so that they can work with organizations, beneficiaries, potential applicants in their respective countries, and use this knowledge or know-how in their national context, national reality. Okay, so in terms of benefits for higher education institution, taking into account everything that was discussed yesterday, all the topics, all the issues, I think it will be possible to consider establishing a Salto Inclusion and Diversity for the field of higher education alone. Okay, as I said, we need, when developing our activities, we need to strike a balance between the activities that will target all sectors, but on the other hand, we also need to take into account the specificities of the field of higher education. So some of the activities we will be implementing this year, so your question about priorities, we will be establishing a website where there will be relevant resources, publications, research, so all in one place. We are also providing the NAs with a mentorship service. So this is something I mentioned yesterday. The European Commission encouraged all the NAs to develop their inclusion and diversity strategies. The majority of NAs did this, but we are offering counseling sessions to those NAs that are without an inclusion and diversity strategy, and we hope that by mid-2023 all the NAs will have an inclusion and diversity strategy. And this is something I discussed with Wim yesterday as well. He mentioned that one of the ESN recommendations is to have all of these strategies made publicly available, maybe in one place, so that all beneficiaries and applicants, higher education institutions included, could maybe find information about the country that they're interested in, what are their inclusive measures. I believe that this is something that could be done and maybe even incorporated into some of the existing projects or initiatives that have been implemented. And another priority for this year, we are conducting a research to find out more about challenges and needs of the NA staff. So basically, this will be a basis for planning of our future activities. We do not want to do what we think is right. We want to hear out the NA staff, hear what are their needs, what are their challenges, and then develop our activities in line with that. And now back to higher education institutions. So obviously, it will be quite challenging since our primary target group is NA staff. But then again, I still believe that some of the outputs that we will be producing over the years will be relevant for higher education institutions as well. One of the areas that actually I recognize as potentially important is communication and outreach. So I believe many things can be done in that regard. We plan to publish a series of publications in 2023. And these will be, I don't know, let's call them manuals or guidelines for various things. For example, for digital accessibility. So how to make information on your website digitally accessible. To some of you, this might sound strange, but you would be amazed at how many beneficiaries and applicants, higher education institutions included, their websites are not inclusive. So I don't know, if you're posting videos without subtitles, you're excluding people with with hearing impairment. If you are posting PDFs that are scanned, it is impossible for the system to read it out loud, and so on and so on. Some other guidelines that we will be publishing will concern organization of physical events, so how to be inclusive when organizing a physical event. We are also planning to publish guidelines on development of inclusion and diversity strategy. This is also something that is primarily intended for NA staff, but might be of interest to higher education institutions if they're interested in devising such a strategy. And I don't know how much time I have left. If I have another minute or two. The good thing about the Salto is sometimes I get the chance to change hats. So sometimes I speak from the perspective of the Salto Resource Center, sometimes I speak from the perspective of the national agency. These are some of the things that we are doing as a national agency. So I mentioned communication and outreach as one of the topics, and I also mentioned how I believe we need to mainstream inclusion. So one of the things that we did at our NA, we came up with a social media campaign, so to say. Basically, every week we try to publish on our social media at least one news that concerns the topic of inclusion and diversity. So we find this approach better than the approach of having, I don't know, an inclusive corner or something like that on our website, because in that way, I guess you are replicating the problem that you have in the society. You have these people, but they are marginalized, they are pushed aside, so having an inclusive corner is not something that you should be seeking to do. But maybe come up with something like this, and then just, make inclusion a reality. Once your potential beneficiaries, applicants, users, depending on what organization you are, once they see that there's so much they can do to be inclusive, there's so many ways in which you can be inclusive, I think they will start embracing inclusion. This is something that we've been doing for a year and a half now, and I can see that the response in all sectors is great. Now they see that something that they previously thought is not possible is possible now. And just a few more words about another thing that we're doing. We established a network of ambassadors of inclusion and diversity. I believe one of the presenters yesterday, a colleague from Latvia, said that whenever they are presenting something as a university, then the students are not interested in it. Okay, that cannot be done. But whenever they engage students, and when the student tells something to a student, they, oh wow, that's amazing. So we're doing basically the same thing. We're engaging beneficiaries and applicants from all sectors. They act as our ambassadors of inclusion and diversity. So they promote program mechanisms, features. They share good practice examples in their respective sectors. They help reach those that otherwise are difficult to reach, and we also believe that this is a good step forward. And if something similar is possible to be implemented at your higher education institutions, we strongly encourage that, and we will also publish guidelines on how this was done at the Croatian NA. So, okay, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Josip. Now we're going to move to Martin, and it's actually a very nice connection because we are going to stay in the topic of also the role of national agencies, national policy making, etc. And this is something that we have been seeing for years. One of our findings in the CIMI service report, but also in the latest ESN survey, is that national policy making does make a difference. The role of an agency is fundamental. We see very big differences in aspects such as satisfaction, how grants are managed. Therefore, there is a lot that an agency can do. Therefore, I would like to ask you that now, 1 year down the line, what is the opinion of your members? You, like ACA, you represent many of the biggest NAs in Europe. You have a very good overview of their activities. You also have your own research. So Martin, what can you tell us in terms of their feedback of how the program is going? Which kind of recommendations do you and do they have for maybe the European Commission, for universities, and for all the Erasmus Plus community in general?
Yeah, thank you very much, Juan. It's always a pleasure to be here. So yeah, as you said, ACA is the Association of Funding Agencies supporting internationalization, many of them, most of them actually NAs. So what we have been doing, we have been supporting them from the beginning of the program. Since the new program started. So from the early days when they had to come up with their national strategies and the inclusion plans, and I can say that in the last year or so, a bit more, we can see quite a big progress, So from the beginnings when there was a lot of questions on how to do it, how to interact, how to exchange practice, we've been facilitating, and we were not the only ones, right? I mean, obviously the Commission was doing the same, but we were also providing the space where they can discuss the things, how to approach the target, defining the target groups, how can they approach the collection of confirmations for the students to be eligible for the top-ups and so on. And there has been many progress. What needs to be done further, and I think there's quite a consensus about that in the field, is that this needs further mainstreaming, right? So also beyond the stuff working in the NAs on inclusion, but also to other stuff within the NAs, but also to the higher education institutions. And to support this, we will be organizing a series of training events in 6 countries from next year, where we will try to speak primarily to the staff from the higher education institutions, and also to talk, maybe to take a step back from what we are discussing here and to talk about the basic definitions and principles, because the feedback that we have received was that many of the colleagues at universities beyond, let's say, the ones who will maybe be present here or the ones of us who are already converted to the inclusion, for them this is quite a new thing, and they see it like, okay, what is inclusion now? I would say they see the added value, well, maybe not see directly the added value, but see the value of it and the fairness of it, and maybe the abstract value of it, but not the added value in terms of their daily practice. And this is something that I think we need to change within the NAs, within the many higher education institutions too. Then also what we're doing, we're trying to provide a multitude of voices who are speaking of inclusion. So not only the experts and the practitioners from the field who can share good practice examples, which is very much needed, but also we're trying to bring in people who work with the support organizations. So people who work with people with disabilities, people from LGBTQI backgrounds, their representatives, people from, yesterday we had a good intervention from the colleague working in supporting students from rural areas. So to bring in those voices, and this can, I think, amplify sort of the diversity of views that we have talking about inclusion. And then also thinking beyond, I think we need to keep our eyes open and discuss also the conceptual issues, how to further develop the program to make it even more inclusive. So now we have, I think, we have this framework which has still not been fully fulfilled as it could be inclusive, so there's still space to improve, which I think will be done in the next few years, but then also moving beyond this, I think we need to look at better our student population, for which we need, I think, more robust data on the national level primarily. And this has been one of the recommendations of the last Roma communique, so the Bologna group, basically, where they're saying that having reliable and comparable data is a precondition for developing the social dimension, right? So, I mean, I'm saying if it's a precondition, then we need to put stronger focus on this. I think the entire sector needs to think more on how to approach data relevant to inclusion and to social dimension.
Exactly.
I can leave it there and then, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Martin. So it's fantastic that you mentioned actually the Bologna process, because now we're going to move to Katrina from the European Students' Union. I want to focus a bit more on certain dimensions related to the Bologna process, Katrina, because something that we see in our latest data is that recognition continues to be an issue in a different way in which it was before, because now students who do participate in mobility have a better perception of recognition processes, but recognition continues to be a very important barrier, especially for those students coming from fewer opportunities backgrounds, because they are afraid that they will have to, prolong maybe their studies, etc., or that will affect their academic performance. Since you are following, specifically, if I'm not wrong, with the Bologna follow-up group, the report, etc., you are very familiar with these issues. What can we do to improve recognition? What can we do to convince international, national, and local stakeholders, higher education institutions, that they have the Bologna framework they need to implement, that they really need to prioritize that is fundamental also from an inclusion perspective? What is the vision of ESU? What else can we do that maybe we are not doing yet?
Wow, those are a lot of questions. And I don't know if within the 5 minutes that I have, all of them can be answered. But this is definitely not a new issue. I started working on it or being familiar with it when I started on national level to work on internationalization issues. And that was one of the biggest things that came across my desk, like, yes, what do we do with the problems of recognition? It's not a secret to anyone that there are many issues that could be solved or could be minimized. We're looking at issues where you go to a different country and then you all of a sudden are faced with the fact that you need to change your learning agreement. That's for the local level when you're looking at, because some courses are not available at all or not available in a language that you can learn. All of a sudden you need to know like the local language, the native language, and you cannot do that. You can only learn in English. So you come back, you are faced with a thing that either you make the conscious decision of not obtaining all the ECTS that you need, or you just come back and you forget about the mobility experience. And this is about information exchange between the universities when you need to be aware and you need to be confident that when you sign your learning agreement, that all three parties who have signed it are on the same page about what's in there. And when you go on your mobility period, you are sure that those are going to be the things that you're going to be learning, and that's going to be there. So the first thing on the local level, we need to look at how we ensure that these things are there. It's not just exchange about the social backgrounds, but these are the very basics of the whole program that we know that the students will be able to fulfill the criteria that they need to. Then, yes, you also mentioned that they are facing the issues of possibly prolonging the study period, losing financial support. But then we need to look at the national level of how they understand what ECTS is. Not everyone, even in the European Union, has ECTS, including my country, but we are in the process. We are hoping that that's going to happen soon. And then there is the disparity of when you calculate what's the ECTS, and like there is this coefficient that you use, sure, that sort of works, but then you are left with 4.6 or 4.7 ECTS, and that's not fully the course that you have. So actually the process of implementing the ECTS as such and fully understanding that what is it based in, what are the learning outcomes that are in there. That is the process that needs to be finalized. With 20 years of Bologna process behind our backs, that is something that we need to aim for, or at least that these systems need to be very easily and very directly linked and understood, how the whole process works. And one thing on the local level, coming back to it, is we know that not always behind the same name of the study subject we have the same content, and vice versa. Behind very different titles we can have the same content, right?
Exactly.
So I know that this sounds like we're just the students trying to put all of the work on university staff to make sure that they check everything and that, yes, that will be comparable. But that is these seemingly little things that need to be considered as the basis of the whole process. That is something that needs to happen, just to make sure that no one is left behind, and especially if we are hoping to foresee the increase in the numbers of students that are being able to go abroad, the financial aid being increased. There needs to be these checklists in place that we know, yes, everything will be okay, because student is very nervous about what's going to happen, especially in the countries where this can alter the way that you can access education, especially for first generation students who are there to find their way in the academic world. And when we're looking then from the overarching European level, that is probably something that us and the Commission, that as part of Bologna process, we both are involved. We can look at how, because in theory, on European level, everything works. Yes, the ECTS guide is there. It should be working, but there needs to be some sort of monitoring that all of the countries understand that if you get 4 ECTS in Italy, it's going to be the same for ECTS that are in France, and they're not going to think, yeah, but they look at it a bit differently, so no. I'm not saying that those 2 countries are the ones. It's just on the top of my head. I'm not blaming either of the countries. Don't take it as a fact. But yes, so there needs to be the same rules on how we apply ECTS, and that is something that not everyone always thinks back to, that these basics are followed. So there is room for everyone to do something on all of the levels.
Exactly.
Some of the ideas are here, and it sounds like a workload, but it's that's why we're here,
Exactly.
to make sure that everyone gets the experience that they are hoping for.
Exactly. No, exactly. Thank you so much, Katrina. I just want to reflect, because I was checking a couple of weeks before for another presentation that I have with Slovenian universities, right? And I started to check the qualitative data that we have, and it was funny how precisely what you say, names are still such a problem for students. You know, checking the open boxes that we have in the ESN survey, like there was a clear tendency of many students saying, I have problems because the name of the course was not matching the other one, which is like, yeah, but it should be about learning outcomes, right? So this is such an important topic. And we have talked a lot about communication these 2 days, but this is why also communication is so important, because communication is also dissemination towards the university, making this pedagogy, etc. And actually, one of the responses that we have to try to improve seamless mobility, recognition, etc., is the European University Alliances. How many universities do we have in the room now? Universities, can you raise your hands? Okay, very good, quite a good number. How many of your universities are now part of European University Alliances? Okay, very good, we have a very good representation. Also, if you are from an ESN local section and you're a part of a European University Alliance, you can also raise your hand, because I think we have a couple of them. Very good, very good. So yes, one of the priorities of this initiative that I believe the room knows very well, it's indeed both widening participation, but also improving mobility in general, seamless mobility, etc. Lucia, you have been working on the topic of inclusion now for some time, as we saw before, and we are very curious to know more about this general inclusion strategy of your European University Alliance and also how it interacts with the mobility strategy, right? So how a general approach to inclusive higher education that you have in Arcus also can lead and has dedicated actions related to inclusive mobility.
Yeah. Okay. Do you hear me well? Can I just ask a question to the
Of
audience?
course.
First of all, how many of those of you who are in universities, partner of alliances, do exactly know what alliances are about? Because this is a major problem that we have. And I'll come back to that later. So first of all, let me thank you, Juan, for having me. And
You created emotion
Yes.
in the room.
You named us. Sorry? I'm going back to this later. I'm going to tell you, it's a major problem that we have. Talking about communication and about, explaining what alliances are about to students and having them engaged. That's a major issue that we have. I just want to thank you, Juan, for having me here. I'm really happy. We are entering our second funding period in Arcus, and this is the first official event we're participating in, and I'm very, very happy. I think it's very significant to start from here and from ESN, from inclusive mobility, from all of the things we have been talking about. ESN is by far my favorite associate partner of...
She says that to everybody, yeah? Like, I've been in the event.
You're my best audience? Okay, so just to give you some background information on Arcus. So Arcus started its activities in 2019, and it has now 8 partners. The University of Granada, who's coordinating the whole alliance, Graz, Leipzig, Lyon, Padua, where I'm working, Vilnius, and then we incorporated 2 new members, the University of Minho and the University of Wrocław. So in Arcus 1, so in this first 3 years that have just come to an end, we had, the structure of the alliance was to have dedicated action lines devoted to different issues, so teaching and learning, inclusion, et cetera, and Padua was chairing the action line on widening access, inclusion, and diversity. What we found ourselves into was a situation where, of course, not all universities were on the same page or were at the same, say, level of inclusiveness in their own institutions. So what we tried to do is we tried to build sort of a common vocabulary on inclusion, and in doing this, we tried to always keep an eye on what was happening at the European level. So, for instance, the ministerial communique that was just mentioned was our basis to define, for instance, the different groups of, vulnerable students, disadvantaged students, underrepresented students, and so on and so forth. Now in Arcus 2, as we're entering the second funding period, things have become, we've made them more complex, bigger, more ambitious, we have more work packages, et cetera, and well, we did that also because we wanted to overcome, or to try and overcome, some of the challenges we had during the first 3 years. And one of the biggest challenges that we encountered, and I think it's quite common to all alliances, but of course I'm speaking about mine, and it's students' engagement. So yesterday we were, many of the speakers and the ESN results and the research pointed out that many students see mobility as an out of reach experience. It's not for me, it's too selective, it's too challenging, etc. And we have doubled that problem with the alliance, because within the alliance itself, students perceive the opportunities that are there as even more difficult for some reasons. They do not know what the alliance is about. We're not able and are not able still to convey the message that the alliance is for them and is about them. And we are now trying, one of our objectives is to build a sense of belonging to the alliance so to build an Arcus student community. And with engagement comes inclusion. I think the two things are very, very related. Of course, this feeling about the alliance being far away is something that is even more so for students coming from disadvantaged backgrounds or with vulnerabilities, etc. So what we tried to do is we created specific work packages dedicated to those issues. So we have a specific work package now on students' engagement, a specific work package on mobility, and a work package on inclusion, in continuation of what we were doing earlier. And I think they will all have to work together to really achieve results, especially in inclusive mobility. And I think many of the things we're doing in inclusion in general have to do with mobility and with the access to international opportunity, because, I mean, mobility is one of the core features of European university alliances. There are targets that are very high, and so many things that we're doing are about inclusive mobility. Now, what did I want to say? That just two very personal thoughts that I have. I think that alliances are very interesting test beds for inclusive mobility, and for many issues actually, but also for inclusive mobility. One of the reasons is structural. I mean, they set up this huge initiative, and of course now alliances are pushing on a lot of issues as they are encountering a lot of challenges, local and national regulations that are different, etc. So we're really pushing towards moving fast and try to overcome all these issues. And also, I think that one of the things that will help us is the fact that by now, for instance, Arcus has been working together for 3 years. The universities have been working together for 3 years. So we do know each other, we cooperate on a daily basis. Relationships have been built, trust has been built. So this makes things smoother in many ways. Not necessarily faster, but smoother. We are able to have now frank discussions. We're more keen in accepting what other people propose, and we're more stimulated to propose things to others. So this also in the issue of inclusive mobility might make things easier. And one of the things we're doing, we're also having a new work package on communities of practice. So we are trying to build communities across the alliance of, I don't know, international relations officers, inclusion officers, etc., and having training for all of them across the alliance. And another thing that I think is structural and it's quite important is that by operating in an alliance, you work on many different levels. So you work on, for instance, I work in my own office. I started a small group on inclusive mobility, and now we're trying to engage more offices and more people within the university. We are also connecting with our local environment. So, I don't know, we're cooperating with the municipality. And then, of course, we are cooperating with all the other universities, and then we are partnering at the European level. Exactly. So I think all these levels are, I really want to keep a foot in all of them, because I think they're very important, and I think they also influence one another. So if a university is particularly good in one thing, then the other universities tend to listen and tend to say, okay, maybe I can do the same thing. And on the opposite, if the alliance says, I don't know, let's try to do this, then at the local level, you see the results. So I think these are 2 or 3 features of European University Alliances which are very interesting. And then I do also agree with Josip when he said we need to mainstream inclusion and not like make an inclusion corner. So I really like this focus on inclusion right now and on inclusive mobility, but I'm really convinced that I'm working to disappear. I mean, I'm really working for a time where we will speak about mobility. Exactly. And we will not speak about inclusive mobility, because all mobility will be inclusive. Or we will speak about teaching and learning and not inclusive teaching and learning, because all of it will be inclusive. So
absolutely.
That's it.
Very
okay.
Good point. Thank you so much. Well, we just finished the first round. An applause to our speakers, please. On time, perfectly on time. Fantastic. Fantastic. So I want to build on a couple of things that you said before we move to the reaction round. First, the connection between engagement and inclusion. And we like to have this theory in ESN, which is that basically engagement leads to belonging, and belonging leads to participation. So you cannot just expect participation without the precondition in which people have access to opportunities, they feel that they have pathways to participate, and I think that's very important, right? Because many times, you know, when we discuss with the alliances, I think many times it's the same for my colleagues in ESO, they say, oh, but students don't participate. It's like, yeah, but are there conditions for students to participate? Do you have structures in place in which students see that what they say actually has that feedback. And totally agree about the inclusive mobility. I believe that that's one of the key takeaways of what we're doing now. Many times what we're doing is looking at problems that exist before, such as recognition, and thinking, yes, but this was also affecting specifically students with, like fewer opportunities, and we never thought about it. Now I would like to open the floor between the speakers before opening it. Is there any question or, like reaction that you would like to have to anything that your colleagues say? Anything in particular? No? Yes, please, Martin.
Maybe one point on engagement, because I think it's crucial. And I think it actually leads to more inclusion, as you said. Just as a practical example, I think the universities that I've talked to who have strong engagement with the students are the more inclusive ones,
yes.
Right? So it's not just about changing your communication package where you change the image, where you make it more inclusive, you include different variety of students. This is, of course, necessary, but if you don't have the feedback from the students, if they're not part of your activities, I think then the success of this is maybe limited.
Exactly.
Just wanted to add that.
Sorry, if I can just add to that, like Arcus has a very good history of having students on board in all governing bodies, but then that's a whole different level. So what we're looking for now is really building an Arcus student community and having them engaged in the activities, which doesn't mean only taking advantage of the mobility opportunities that are there, but really engaging in the activities that we do. So, yeah.
That's a very good point. Which I also think should be a core priority for all of us, right? This idea of creating a European student body, the alliances are important. So it should not stop in mobility, and that's key, right? Because that's when you have a multiplier effect. That's when you bring more people on board, when there is this big multiplier effect when people connect even after their mobilities. So from my side, just a couple of follow-up questions. I would like to start with you, Martin, and with everybody actually, but since you mentioned the data part, and we have had many discussions about this. Data is fundamental to improve inclusion. Data is fundamental to improve everything, but even more important, inclusion. But however, sometimes I have felt that, people like to put a lot of, I don't know if there are excuses, but at least they like to say that there are many limitations to get certain data. From your experience, do you think this is always the case? Or maybe which avenues can we find to get the data that we need? And you can even tell us a bit more about which kind of data would we like to have to work in this inclusion field.
Yeah, I mean, data is a very complex issue, right? But yesterday when we were hearing the first panel, the testimonies from the students, which were really fascinating, I was thinking this is not reflected, most of it is not reflected in any of the structural data that the policymakers have, right? So, okay, we have the Euro students, which is very useful. We have the surveys from different projects, which are very useful to give us a glance of how the landscape looks like, but when you look at which countries are collecting which data at the admissions, so to the universities, this is where you know how your student body looks like. There's a nice graph about this in the last Eurydice report. I mean, it's quite more is not collected than it is, right? More data, and there are reasons for this which are understandable. So the sensitive personal data is something that policymakers at national levels, but also at the institutional levels are not really keen on engaging with, because it brings in many risks, and also there's a lot of legislation in between, right? So GDPR is usually quoted as the biggest obstacle, which I personally believe it shouldn't be such a big obstacle as it is considered, because GDPR says that collecting sensitive personal data is prohibited when it's not anonymized, but it also provides a list of exceptions where this can be in cases when this can be collected, and I think the most important point there is the point which says that this data can be collected in cases when it is necessary to provide the individual the opportunities that they would need from public service or something along these lines. So I think this can be explored further with some. I mean, it's easy for me to say this on a panel, but to implement this in a practice, it's more tricky. But I think if you put together some good GDPR lawyers and people from the field who will look how this can be done and not how this cannot be done, I think this could help a lot to get a better overview. Because just as an example, I mean, this data is collected. It's just not collected by higher education institutions, right? So in the medical field, this data is collected quite a lot. It's collected by different demography studies. It's collected by the sociology study and so on. It's just that if we use GDPR is a fantastic instrument for data privacy protection. So if we use it well, then this data can be protected. The students can be ensured that they have the ownership of the data, that they can retrieve it, and also this data can be deleted at some point. We don't need it forever, right? We just need it for maybe a couple of years, and then when it's aggregated, that's enough to track the progress. So yeah, I'll stop here.
There you go. Thank you so much, Martin. So now I would like to open the floor to the audience. I strongly encourage you to ask some questions. We already have some. So Federica there, and please you can start raising your hands and I will keep track, okay? Fantastic. So
Hi, I actually have a question about data, since we were talking about that. I was reading, like, this impact study on Erasmus Plus, and Juan, correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that between 2014 and 2018, the number of people from underrepresented groups that participated in learning mobility was around 11.5%. I don't know whether this is a good or a bad data, because I don't have any information about the underlying distribution of the student population. Given that we have all these hurdles about GDPR issues, how can kind of overcome them in a way at the current stage? How do I know whether the measures that I put in place are effective or not when I try to widen participation? Because you would need all this data at a granular level, so for each underrepresented group, for example. So, sorry.
who would like to react?
I can start maybe just briefly. Yeah, I think there are two logics to this. Right now we have the logic from the perspective of the program, where the objective is to make the 20% of the program to be kind of more inclusive, right? So that's the perspective of the program. But what I need, and I totally agree with you, is that once you know the socioeconomic and other population of your student population, then this can be a benchmark, right? So then, at least I think this kind of leads to what Lucia was saying, that all mobility is inclusive. Basically means that the people taking up international opportunities, be it mobilities, be it other ones, sort of corresponds to what you have in your university. It's never going to be one-on-one, and data will never be perfect, but I think those should be the benchmarks in some further perspective. But there's a long way to go, right? It's not GDPR only, it's also a lot of national legislation in between.
Anyone else would like to?
I will just add that, yes, it's a very complicated issue with the data protection, and we are aware of that in the Commission. But we have this in our IT tools. If it's not there, it will come soon, that you can, that the institutions, they have to encode how many would fall into a specific barriers. You know, we have these 8 barriers that are listed in the program guide. So the institutions need to keep track of somehow. We haven't given them exact guidance on how to do it. We're hoping the NAs might help us with it, depending on also the context of the national context. But we will require beneficiaries to say, okay, we have 5 participants that fall into this category, but we're not connecting it to the mobilities themselves, because that would be too much detail. And we're exploring ways on how to collect data for the inclusion support based on real cost, how we can collect data from different institutions, and to try to understand better if what we are doing is actually helping with the inclusion. So, complicated topic, but...
Oh, very interesting. Okay, so the mic over there, please, and then Elder. You go there. Huh? Yeah, you can pass it.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for this great event also. My name is Melih Özkardeş. I am the Ombudsman for Diversity and Gender Equality at Enhance. Enhance is a European alliance like AGOS. And my question is actually about, yesterday I remember we discussed about students with fewer opportunities and how to reach them for our mobility offers and so on. And we also said we don't want to talk about them, we want to talk with them more, so to include them in this dialogue. And I just want to ask you also at ARCOS, for example, how do you do this? Are you in contact with them in your community work, for example, or any other ideas that you are doing?
I do not have a clear answer right now, because we're really trying to build and invent activities right now, as we're entering now this second funding period. But we are getting in more contact with students in any way we can. Like we're trying now to open up because I think we have a great space to work in that was not explored earlier. So right now we are in contact with, we work a lot with the inclusion unit, of course. So we have, they have direct contact with the students that they follow. And then we have, I don't know, as far as student engagement is concerned, we had, I don't know, a call last year for volunteers to give a hand in the organization of the, and the running of the annual conference. I don't know. So a lot of people answered that call. Just a few of them were actually had the chance to participate. But then we have all that pool of students who are probably very willing to participate in ARCA's events or activities. And then we're also now in contact with all of the offices. I'm talking about the University of Padua, for instance. We are in contact with all of those offices who have, for instance, mentorship programs, ambassador programs. So, for instance, I don't know, the mobility office has a very strong body program or a very strong ambassador program. The career service has a strong mentorship program. So we're trying to take advantage of all the things that are already there to try and at least start engaging students. And then from there, we will see how to move. I hope this answers your questions. Okay.
Very good. Thank you so much. Elder?
Hello, Elder from Minho in Portugal. Actually, first of all, I want to thank the Arcus Alliance for everything that they have been doing within Universidade do Minho and with Universidade do Minho. It really helped to develop some internationalization that was hidden. My question is directed to the standardization of the whole process. We have been talking a lot about this topic. Should we have a standardized application process for mobility? Do you think that with the alliances and the European universities, we will be more open to bring this standardization to mobility in general?
I did not take care directly of the mobility application, but I know there was a lot of discussion on each university having their own different calls with different timing, because it made things a lot harder for everybody. So I think there's at least an attempt to try and standardize at least the application, the calls, and the timing when they happen. Of course, not all universities have the same system, so it's going to be a slow process. But I know there's a lot of discussion on this, and I think it is in the field of mobility as well as in many other things. We're trying, at least for the bureaucracy part, to be as light as possible, as light as you can in an alliance, which is like a dinosaur. But at least we're trying.
We have time for more questions. Benedetta?
Yeah,
First,
hi.
then.
Yes, thank you. Benedetta Gennaro, I'm from TU Darmstadt, and TU Darmstadt is also part of a University Alliance, Unite, and I'm kind of like Lucia, so I also take care of the diversity initiative within Unite. And as an answer to your question, how do we do that? I think within Unite, we kind of took the diversity also and applied for a cooperation partnership, so to have extra funding, and now we're doing these inclusion and diversity in mobility as part of sort of a side, stepchild, let's say, of the University Alliance per se. I have a comment or a reflection, not really a question, but I think that what we've noticed through our work in the Alliance, also in Unite and IDEM, is that there is sort of an heterogeneity in how we systematize inclusion in our universities. So one of the things that we already know we'll have to recommend is to have each university needs to have an inclusion officer or office. So that really each university as part of the alliance, so we start small, let's say, to grow or to expand our experience, is to have an inclusion officer that really is the person that, or the institution that talks with the other institutions within the alliance, and also not only internally but also externally for students to know, okay, I have this specific office that deals or deals, but also lobbies for me and my, my issues. But we don't have the money. I mean, no, it's not trivial, but there are no resources for this. And I think here the national agencies could really sort of push universities to establish such an office person, staff, because without resources, I don't know, Lucia, but I'm working on Unite, on EDM, on inclusion on top. It's sort of like extra volunteering when on top of my already, established professional area of work. And that's not sustainable, and then we'll never solve the actual problem of more inclusion and diversity, and not talking about diversity and inclusion anymore until we have more funding. And what I'm afraid of now, the national agency, the German national agency is already cutting our funding tremendously for the next years. And how are we going to achieve anything if we do not have the money to do what we wish?
So, would you like, anyone would like to react, or no? Okay. Okay, then please.
Yeah, I have an. Is that mic on? Okay, hi. Jasmin from the University of Aachen in Germany, and I have another question or remark on the topic of data. Yeah, it's a fun topic, huh? We all agree that the GDPR makes it sometimes difficult to collect the data, and the same is true for my university, so I don't have these data on the student body. And now at the same time, I'm hearing that the European Commission will ask us to put this kind of data in the next application. So I'm assuming you mean the application for the next program, which will have, so there will be some time for us to work on this application. And now my question or my idea is, where you could really help us as a commission is to put this kind of needs in some kind of legal note. Because when I talk to my data protection officer at my university, the first question he would always ask me is, what's the legal basis for doing this? I need some kind of legal note or whatever. And I haven't found one yet. But if you could provide us with this kind of legal note, we would have a basis to collect these data, which we would need apparently for the next Erasmus application.
Yes, I will clarify a little bit what I meant with the application for. It's for we're hoping for Call 2023 when it opens, for the application for the institution when they're applying for grants. It will not be, it's not, we're not asking the institutions to do more work, we're just asking them to indicate a percentage of the total number of students who go abroad who will receive the top-up. So it's only to estimate the top-up, and that's based on the national context and what the NA has defined as the criteria. So just to estimate, now you have about a year of experience, if you can estimate how many participants would get the top-up of all the participants you sent. So it will depend on the institution, what the student body is, and on the national context based on the national criteria. We have this, or the NAs, we're asking the NAs to have a data protection officer or something like that. So we're really hoping that they can help with this problems if the institutions have this, their own GDPR officer. So if the NAs, we are asking them to pass the message on from the Commission through the NAs to the institutions. And we're going to update the privacy statement as well. So there's still work being done on this, but I hope we can use this addition to the application form just to inspire institutions and not to scare them away from, we're not going to say, if you don't do 10%, then you're bad. We're not going to say that, we're not penalizing anyone for not having reached their target. So it's just to have a little bit of more data on the situation. So I hope that clarified a little bit.
We have time for one more question. Anyone else would like to? Svetlana?
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks a lot for the inclusion of Ukraine into the priorities once the war started, and we understand absolutely very clear how much burden it means to the universities to cope with the challenges which were in fact done within all the situation and all the war we have against Ukraine. But that was really appreciated, and we are working on that. And just to remind that there is an office in Ukraine which is helping with the challenges. Please do not forget to contact us in different issues you have, especially with Ukrainian universities, students, staff, and all other things related to the Erasmus+. Just very important that there was a full inclusion also of Ukrainian universities into the Jean Monnet program for the additional call, which was specifically open after the in March top-up to the one because we failed to apply a lot. Due to the war started already the 1st of March, and now we have 93 projects. And also for the European alliances, our strong support, which was demonstrated to Ukrainian universities with the intention to include the Ukrainian universities into alliances, and we have the common initiative. Now the call is published for the European universities alliances, and the deadline is in January. But we see in the guidelines among non-EU countries, Western Balkans are included, but not other countries. Okay, so we understand why is the consequences. But do you think that it is possible to use the complementarity between actions, like, for example, international credit mobility for staff, could be also used for the Ukrainian or non-EU countries to, for example, be more involved into the European alliances as the associated partners? Is in fact. So usually there is a communication that should be complementarity, synergy between different actions. So is it possible that for the associated partners within the university alliances could be possible to have this funding for example, Ukrainian and other countries just to join the activities of the alliances? Alliances are extremely important for Ukrainian universities in order to also see a model of how to transform the Ukrainian universities, like to become the Ukrainian alliances in such. And another maybe comment or maybe suggestion about this lack of funds usually within the credit mobility. Is it possible to discuss maybe, and it was also the suggestion from our ministry, we know the letter was sent already to the commissioner, saying about the additional urgency or emergency envelope for the international credit mobility based on the savings or just not spending funds within this action from other regions to be put into this envelope and to react to different urgency needs, like we had the case for Ukraine, and in this world you never know, and not only with our neighbor, but still just to react fast, because that's like the bureaucratic procedure which goes for the agency applied for the new one, then remain and return back, and then returning back for the other one. Maybe there could be the solution for this, for effective usage of it.
It's a lot of questions for many units, I think.
Yes, I can start with maybe just an explanation that unfortunately I cannot answer your questions. I am not working on ICM or the European University Alliances, so I cannot help you there, but I know we've already been in contact and you have contacts within the Commission. I'm sure we can get you the answers that you're looking for. And for the alliances, I will admit I'm not very familiar with the rules on the associated partners, so if there's anyone who would like to comment on that, please.
For what I do know about the Arcos Alliance is that we, after the call was closed and everything, the coordination got in contact with the university in Ukraine, and I'm very sorry, but I cannot remember the name right now. And they are becoming one of our associate partners. So we will try. I have no idea about the practical activities that we will put in place, but we'll make sure, of course, we really cared about having an Ukrainian university on board with us. And I have to say that one of the priorities that was set months ago when we were still writing the proposal was about refugees and students and scholars at risk in general, but especially now, and like an urgency on and an urgent focus on Ukraine. So we have a specific activity dedicated to that. So, and this is what I know so far.
Very good. Okay, we don't have time for more questions, but I think it was a fantastic panel. Thanks for our speakers, and also thanks to your engagement. So please, big round of applause. Now we can. We're done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Thanks, Katrina. As we anticipated yesterday, well, first of all, I hope that you enjoyed the discussion. I think it was a fantastic way to connect with the discussions yesterday. So very thankful to these fantastic speakers. And now actually we will try to provide some of the answers, or at least the beginning of the answers to many of the questions that we have just discussed. Because in this journey that has been the SIM project, we have had the opportunity to engage with all kinds of stakeholders, with thousands of students, with dozens of universities, national agencies, the European Commission, stakeholders from all over the world, trying to see a bit what are the avenues to make mobility more inclusive. And now these technical recommendations, which are still in a draft phase, are at least part of the response to the kind of things that we can change to make the program more inclusive. And you might wonder why these technical recommendations, why there is a need to come up with new recommendations, just like we do in all the policy projects that we have. Well, for almost 2 decades, ESN has been collecting data until becoming one of the big student data collectors in Europe. In these 20 years, since 2005, we have collected around 200,000 answers from students from all over Europe and even all over the world. For instance, our latest survey had respondents from more than 130 countries, trying to understand a bit how we can make mobility better. And I would like to build on what Lucia said now, that for us, making mobility better means in general making it more inclusive and more open for more people. And what we realized is that first, something that I think we have also realized together these 2 days, which is achieving change takes time. So many of the things that we discuss now are not that different compared to the things that we were discussing 10, 15, 20 years ago. But we should also feel quite proud of all the change that has been achieved, right? There are more students now than there have ever been going on Erasmus, going on mobility. There is more awareness. There are new measures. There are new top-ups. And that's already progress. But if you want to go beyond that, you always need to rethink what you're doing and connect the dots. So basically, we're trying to do this now. We wanted to bring a renewed approach in which, instead of focusing only on the broad picture, on the general measures, we really analyze and review all the key documents that are part of the mobility experience. I think that this is something that has started to happen with the new program. We heard it in the different interventions from the speakers, that each little piece of the Erasmus Plus program has a role in making mobility more inclusive. We check the data, and we have a lot of that now, you can see. We check the data on barriers. I think we presented a bit of this, and we try to analyze how these barriers that we identify are connected with the different documents and processes that the Erasmus Plus has. You can see that mobile participants report this block of barriers, such as financial-related barriers, like advancing initial costs, losing income because of being abroad and having to quit their jobs, incurring additional debt because of the extension of the program, and also those barriers related to recognition, but also other types of barriers that are more difficult to address from administrative procedures, right? So here we are focusing more on those barriers that are more connected to the procedures that Erasmus students go through, even though we will see that many times we can connect both. The barriers for non-mobile students, you can see that there are similar trends connected to funding, recognition, courses, etc. And also, of course, others that might be a bit more general, might be a bit more personal and environmental, as we saw yesterday. We saw, as I had the opportunity to discuss now with the speakers, that many of the things are quite national, showing that national policy making is quite important. Students receive their grants late. We do have data on that, not only on the fact that this happens, but also on the timing. We see that sometimes national differences are quite important, right? Spain, Italy, or France have worse numbers compared to countries like Germany, even with similar mobility numbers, pointing at the importance of changing these technical documents, and also that issues of mobility persist, but also new issues that are related to existing issues emerge, such as feelings of stress and problems related to the courses, which are very much connected to, like the courses and anxiety, stress, can have a very important connection that shows that we need to solve these problems to make the mobility experience better. So then what are these recommendations? Basically, the recommendations are a response or a contribution to that framework that Marta presented yesterday. The framework, the inclusion and diversity strategy, creates a way forward, and what we thought was necessary to do was to build concrete recommendations to achieve the objectives that are included in the framework, that we totally agree with, right? Because that strategy should be a starting point, but it's not the final stage of this process. How did we create the recommendations? We basically started with that policy context at the European level, seeing what are the new things that we have in the Erasmus Plus regulation, in the inclusion and diversity strategy, in the European Education Area Communiqué, etc. Then we checked all the available data, especially SIM data, ESN survey data, but also Eurostudent and other available data sources. And then we went through the different documents that are involved in the organization and creation of Erasmus Plus mobilities in higher education. And we came up with a series of proposals that are mainly addressing three stakeholders: the European Commission and also European institutions, because as you know now, the European Parliament or the Erasmus Plus Committee also have an important role in deciding what happens about Erasmus Plus, the national agencies, and we have some of them here, and of course, higher education institutions, right? Because as Marta explained also yesterday, in Erasmus Plus, there is a strong level of co-creation in which all the actors have a role in also defining how the program can be improved. And we basically did an exercise of dividing all the documents in three categories. We did this clustering exercise. Documents related to guidance and implementation. These are the documents that create the framework, such as the program guide, those national inclusion action plans, the interinstitutional agreements, etc. Monitoring and evaluation, so the documents that are used to then evaluate those mobilities. And as you know, it's especially important because we don't have this qualitative component in the applications for higher education mobilities in the intra-European context. And then finally, something especially important for the Erasmus Student Network, which is student documents. The documents that students interact with. Right? The famous documents that Erasmus students always say are very bureaucratic and very difficult to handle. So let's start with guidance and implementation. What could be changed? When it comes to the Erasmus Plus program guide, there are a couple of things that can be considered. At the moment, the participation in mobility in different higher education institutions is very different. One of the reasons is that the criteria to allocate funds that national agencies have is quite limited. When you check, there is not qualitative assessment, as you know, and there's only 3 or 4 criteria that are not always very clear. Therefore, considering the general student population in a university whenever there is available data and rewarding those institutions with extra funds or with a higher allocation of funds can help to break that cycle and to make sure that universities in which we have more students from fewer opportunities backgrounds, that following the data, not our data this time, but the data from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, tend to have less mobile students, could be a way of changing this dynamic. Not necessarily giving less to all the rest of the institutions, but making sure that whenever we see that there are more students in the overall student population from fewer opportunities backgrounds, we channel more funds. And also, very connected to that, something that many of you mentioned and that Benedetta recently mentioned. How can we ensure that those institutions that want to do more things can have access to funding to have more inclusion practices without making the process more bureaucratic, without adding yet another normal application? We think that there is space to change the way in which organizational support is distributed. So on top of the general baseline in unit costs that universities get, the money that you get per each student, we find a way to assign money to those who have initiatives that would like to implement, maybe using lump sums or real costs or different schemes, so there is a space for you, for universities, to come up with your innovative practices without having to submit cooperation partnerships or more difficult applications. So the money, the general sum that we have now can stay, but why not giving those carrots to those who really want to work on the ECHE commitments? And then, of course, something that we also saw is that in the application for incoming mobilities especially, but in general for Key Action 171, there is a space to place a bit more focus on the support measures for students coming from non-European countries, because I think we saw yesterday in the panel here that those students require specific support needs that can be better addressed in the implementation phase. And last but not least, something that Marta also said yesterday. Marta told us about something very important, which is potential synergies. The German colleagues, I think we have some German universities here, at least 3 or 4, yes, German universities. Something that we found out in ESN this year is indeed that the German state is channeling some funds from the European Social Fund to Erasmus+, which is a fantastic practice. But at the moment, there is no structured way to access that information on how to do it, which makes it more difficult for stakeholders and for other countries to understand how those synergies between funds can be done. So including that kind of information can be very important to inspire changes in the way we make those seniors and bring more money to make mobility more inclusive. Then when it comes to the National Inclusion Action Plans, we believe that something that we have that works very well, at least that's our opinion at the European level, is student and stakeholder engagement. We are generally, not only us, but also our colleagues from ESU, invited to be part of the working groups, providing our perspective, making sure that the student voice is represented, but also bringing data, dissemination capacity, and expertise. Why not doing the same at the national level, creating those stakeholder committees in which not only us, but also organizations without experience in mobility, but working directly with the stakeholder, with the target groups, students with disabilities, students from minorities, can also be there. We suggest having those stakeholder committees that can support implementation and evaluation as a core feature of the inclusion action plans. Also, something that was discussed these 2 days, which is the importance of explicit definitions and transparency in the way in which we allocate those support funds. And last but not least, the evaluation component of those plans. We have a clear way forward, which is the inclusion and diversity strategy. Let's make sure that we do continuous evaluations on how we are achieving progress, always taking into account that initial strategy. Then, the interinstitutional agreement. I was very happy because the speakers also mentioned it. When Katrina was speaking about those misunderstandings, there is a space to make those institutional agreements more clear, so the commitments that are explained in the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education are clearly allocated between higher education institutions. Because many of the problems that we see related to courses, recognition, information about the university come from a lack of understanding between 2 institutions of who should do what, who should give which information at a certain point in time. So if we use the existing framework that the institutional agreement provides, it can be easier for the students to understand those processes and then to have smoother mobilities. And indeed, at the moment, in those agreements, there is a clear reference to special needs, which is very important. But I think we have also seen from the student testimonies and from the data that we need to go beyond special needs and include more references to those support services. Because if you remember the data that Wim showed yesterday at the beginning, many students consider that the most important information that they can get is guidance on how to choose the university. And aspects such as inclusion support, psychological support can make a difference and help students to make the right decision. And of course, grading and recognition. Information on how the grading is being done, even including some data if possible, so students can take that into account when making their decisions. Then moving to monitoring and evaluation, something that we discuss now. We believe that a very good practice that we have in general in quality assurance in Europe, which is fundamental, is the involvement of students. And in the end, the monitoring of the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education is the quality assurance process that we have to guarantee that mobility are implemented. Just like I said before, why not using those groups of students and stakeholders to be involved in the evaluation of the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education? That would mean less work for DNAs, hopefully, if it's well organized, but also different perspectives on aspects like inclusion that now have become a core priority. This has already been done, so I promise I'm not reinventing the wheel, in countries like Slovenia, when it's a normal practice to have students in those panels that are doing the ECHE evaluation in the different universities. It doesn't have to be in all of them at the same time, but this can be something very powerful and can be coordinated with a more established group that can be done in parallel to the group related to the inclusion strategy. And then, of course, something that we saw this year with our involvement in the ECHE monitoring framework is that there is a need for more best practice sharing. We have a lot in the projects. We have a lot of, platforms to showcase Erasmus projects, but when it comes to the general management of mobility, there are not that many spaces. So ECHE implementation, something that I believe some of the colleagues here, for instance, colleagues from the Netherlands also say that they want to do through TCAs, can be very powerful to give more tools to universities. And indeed, something that we saw during the last years, we are normally called every 2-3 years to go to a working group to discuss the ECHE, but this is so important also for inclusion and to make mobility better, that it's better to make it structured, to regularly meet with NAs, stakeholders, experts, to discuss how ECHE implementation is going. Then moving to project reporting and data collection. We discuss a lot data collection in this panel and through these 2 days. We have so much data in the participants report that is not normally used to evaluate how the program is going, that we need to build on that data to make it better. These are hundreds of thousands of answers every year that normally are not publicly available for stakeholders, researchers, etc. One of the easiest steps that we can take is to share that data and work with the stakeholders, with the universities to make those comparisons. And the first step is to make national data available. Once again, some NAs already do it, like the Finnish NA. So we strongly encourage you to either do it if you're an NA, or tell your NA to do it at the national level, because it will help you as universities to make those comparisons, to see how you score compared to others. And also, when it comes to the evaluation of the projects, we don't have a quality application, but we do have a qualitative analysis. So let's make sure that we use that analysis to understand what inclusion measures have been implemented and take that into account for future applications. Finally, we have the student documents, in which there is also a lot of room for maneuver. We have the Erasmus Student Charter, a fantastic development of the program, fundamental to give a rights-based approach to Erasmus+, which is a key component to inclusion, and also to increase the engagement dimension of the program, because as we discuss now also, engagement can lead to inclusion. But at the moment, there is a mismatch. We have rights recognized in the Erasmus Student Charter that do not appear in the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education. Therefore, the enforcement mechanisms are limited, and we need to adapt that, because for us to give that certainty to students about their rights, we need to make sure that they also have clear systems to report their complaints. Not because we want to call out anybody, no, but storing those complaints using existing tools like the Erasmus Plus app will also help us to get qualitative data that we can use to improve the program. We can do it in different ways. So NAs, universities get the data, even sometimes student organizations, and then we can work with that to analyze what happened. The grant agreement, Svava already shared the fantastic news. That's a very important step, but it should be only the first step, because there is no evidence, or at least we haven't found any evidence, that if students are given the grant, they will just disappear and not go on mobility. Mobility is quite cool, right? We can agree on that. So we need to trust the students. Of course, it's public money. We need to have clear mechanisms in the grant agreement. So if something happens, if they don't respect the conditions, they need to pay it back. But if I would have to choose one thing that we can do to make mobility more inclusive, it would be, indeed, to move those payments always to the pre-departure phase and to don't go for the 70%, but to go for the full amount of the grant. The next step is to prioritize fewer opportunities, but to also try to go beyond and slowly reach all students before the mobility. Since we also discussed this connection between engagement and inclusion, the learning agreement is probably the most, let's say, out-of-the-box development. Because we have been talking for many years about the importance of informal learning, non-formal learning, but it has been a bit difficult to incorporate it to the way in which we organize the mobilities. Curiously enough, in Erasmus Plus Youth, we have great mechanisms already, such as the Youth Pass, in which learning outcomes that are not formal are recognized. Why don't we try to connect the dots a bit more and use more existing tools, such as the learning agreement, the diploma supplement, ECTS, to recognize informal learning, engagement with local communities, and to give students a more complete picture of the learning experience. This is something that the inclusion and diversity strategy says. We need to foster interaction with local communities. We propose also giving this formal framework to make it more effective. There are great practices. We have ESM Besançon that today will present one of the best initiatives in Europe to achieve that goal. These are indeed ambitious recommendations. We know that it's not possible to change all these documents from one day to the other, but we believe it was important to come up with these ambitious ideas that hopefully can help to rethink a couple of the documents and processes that we have in Erasmus+. And this was it from my side. Thank you so much. And now we have clarification questions. We can discuss them. Any questions? Any questions? Everything clear? Okay, you also have the opportunity to discuss those questions later, so then you can come back to them.
Yeah, now, great. Thank you so much, Juan. We've had a morning focused more on the technical aspects, and we're going to continue on with the more practical things. So you'll have the opportunity to learn a little bit more from each other after this coffee break. But before you go, I want to give you a challenge. During the coffee break, go up to someone you haven't talked to yet and ask, what are you most proud about in your work? And connect a little bit more with each other and hear about each other's practices and what you do. Do you accept that challenge? Great. So I hope to see a lot of different connections happening during coffee break. We'll be back here at 11:55. Enjoy your coffee. presentation. So we're going to start off looking at some of the practices that are being carried out by the organizations who are in this room. We're going to start off with the Erasmus Student Network. Let's see, can I please have your attention? Please take a seat. All right, great. So we're going to start off by looking at some of the organizations in the room and the great practices that they have. And we're going to start off first with a presentation in here, and then afterwards we're going to break into breakout rooms. And I'll explain how all of that will work for the 2 different rounds that we have. But first we'll start off with a presentation about the home of the Erasmus generation. Welcome, Bianca.
Okay, thank you everyone. So I am Janka, I'm the web project administrator of the Erasmus Student Network, and well, during this conference we talk a lot about how to make the mobility more inclusive, and we talked about the research and the statistics that we got, the outputs. So I'm gonna show you a bit of a concrete output that we have, one of the many that the SIM project had during these years. And let's go a bit to see what's the home of the Erasmus generation. And when I say that, I'm talking about the Erasmus Generation Portal, which is student-centered, filled with student-centered info, created by students for students. So what we mean is that all the mobility opportunities for study, train, and volunteer abroad, everything that is there was filled for the students. We are talking about information about mobility countries, organization activities. We are talking about stories, testimonials, podcasts, and everything else that we could gather from former mobile students. Why? Well, because as we noticed during this event is that clear information about the opportunities and mobility opportunities for students remains a problem even to this day. We've been to a lot of improvements to the project, but we still notice that everyone at some point in this event mentioned that a lack of clear information impacts access to mobility. So ESN offers peer-to-peer information on a large spectrum of platforms that we brought together. We united them under this Erasmus Generation Portal. Okay, we brought together student services with information, insights, student opinions and testimonials, blog stories and podcasts, and activities that my colleagues actually introduce a bit later to you. And how are we doing that? Well, with the home of the Erasmus generation, which is the entry point of this portal. It has all that you need in one place, in the main page of the portal. It includes links, blog posts, and everything else that we need. We are talking also on information on mobility destinations, where we included a bit of everything that you need when you have to choose your destination. It's including for now all the program countries that we have with clear information that we have there, and you can have a actually glimpse of what it looks like on the other side. And detailed information means that we can go to every country page that we have for now in the portal, and we can get everything that we mentioned it's missing or that we need for our day-to-day life. We are not talking for now about mobility opportunities. We are talking about the day-to-day life of a student and what they need when they choose their mobile destination. And because they always need an inclusive and up-to-date information, we have a lot of these statistics and targets that are getting from different tools. For example, the cost of living, which is an continuously updated index from Numbeo, or inclusion and quality of life indexes that are taken from the latest researches. Okay, we are talking because we are seeing about mobilities, how we are doing this, by having information on different mobility opportunities. We are starting with, and we started with the Erasmus Plus program because it's the one that we had the main focus on and it's the biggest for every one of us. But when we're talking also about mobility and inclusive mobility, we have to have more than the Erasmus Plus program, and you can find on the portal right now information about all these mobility programs that you can see on the screen. And because it would not be full without having also the student insight, we are having opportunity reading and living testimonials, where every student that has been on abroad can select their home country, destination country, the mobility program, and leave a short note for the future and possible students that want to go abroad. Any code that they feel it's inspiring for students to go on a mobility as well. And a student opinion and peer-to-peer feedback wouldn't be complete if you wouldn't have also the opportunity for them to live a broader story and have a voice as the Erasmus generation through the blog posts that anyone that's for now or former mobility student can leave their opinion and write a blog article. You can find a variety of blog articles already, and you can encourage all students to leave at them site. Okay, so to summarize it, when we talked about how are we doing with the homework Erasmus generation and how to make this the entry point of student mobility, we had these main points. We are talking about mobility types and opportunities. We're talking about destinations and of the mobility. We're talking about testimonials and student articles. But we have one more thing that we can introduce that makes student mobility easier. And this is a useful tool that makes the Erasmus Plus grant information more transparent and easier to understand for students and how it works, how they can get this grant and how it applies to them. It's based on the general European wide-based rules of the Erasmus program guide, and it's based on the mobility type, duration, and location. And what we can do is to simulate our grant, our Erasmus Plus grant, using the grant simulator that's now available on the portal. So let's imagine I'm back a few years ago, and I want to go on a mobility. I don't know exactly how it works, so I can go now to the portal, and I can fill in some easy questions about what do I want to do to figure out what can I get. So I have a bit of information on what mobility types are available. I want to go study, how long it's going to take, if I want to go on a short mobility, on a long-term mobility, what each one of these terms means. I can select from where I'm going to where I'm going. I have a bit of information on which are the program countries or the countries available where I can go, and you can have everything in the drop-down list. We also have the links back to the destination. If we didn't see the destination page yet, we can go back to it from this step. And of course, we can select, and we have to select the mobility period that we want to go. Even if it's a short mobility or a long-term mobility, it's a semester, a year, we can select it from there. So the grant calculator can then tell us what's going to be our Erasmus Plus grant. It's based on everything that we said. And we can, for example, we can go to the next step. We can choose if we actually want a green top-up. We are choosing the green travel because it's what makes us a bit better. We have also the link to the Green Erasmus portal and what that means. We also have the opportunity to choose if we add the top-up of your opportunities and what this top-up means on the mobility grant. And of course, after selecting all these steps, we are getting exactly what the mobility grant should be and could be for us. Of course, there are some top-ups that can come back from the different universities that they have their own additions to the Erasmus Plus grant. But as a base, me as a student going in a mobility in Belgium, and it starts again, no problem. But me as a student getting a mobility in Belgium, that's at least the base grant that I should get. So, where to next? Where to next? Well, we did these steps. We have to go more and further integrate with other mobility tools. We are talking about education material on Erasmus, the Green Erasmus and career development. And we are talking about more mobility opportunities, including non-European destinations. So for us, the next step is to extend the information that is available about mobility programs as well as destinations all around the world. And for you, what you can do next, well, you can scan this beautiful QR code and get to the Erasmus Generation portal and enjoy. Leave us what you have. Okay, thank you very much. This is all from me.
All right, thank you so much, Bianca. She's gonna stay here and help me out. All right, so we are going to go into coffee break. No, not coffee break, we just came back. That would have been something. We're going to go into breakout sessions, and we're just trying to get them up on the screen. Wim, can we borrow your computer? All right. So I'll ask everyone to scan the live agenda code that you have on the back of your name tag. So let's have a look at that one. We're going to start off with a first round of breakout sessions. And they're going to be 3 options. No, that's the wrong day. We're seeing different things here. All right. So we're going to start off with breakout sessions now after lunch. You're going to have 2 alternatives. They're going to be Ignite sessions, so they're very to the point, inspirational, and they're supposed to ignite some kind of thought process or some kind of inspiration for you to take with you home, right? Hopefully also kind of encourage you to discuss and look at the different aspects in different ways. And the first one is on inclusive practices in mobility, and we'll have inclusivemobility.eu presented as a portal. We'll have educational support for students with disabilities in the context of student exchange, an example from Łódź University of Technology, and we'll have self-advocacy and accessible information for people with intellectual disabilities. All of those 3 presentations are going to happen in this room. So if you're interested in that, you stay in this room. And if you want to listen to something else, there is also in the saloon 1 session going on, and that's on engaging students in society. So there they will be tackling a presentation on ensuring sustainable and accessible mobility, so lowering the footprint of mobility, but in an inclusive way. We'll be looking at Erasmus plus school mobility, so the challenge for outreach to pupils with fewer opportunities. And last but not least, service learning in higher education. So those are the 3 topics that will be in the saloon. And you have an opportunity to choose. So for those of you who don't know, this is the ARC room, and saloon is just 1 staircase down. And we'll do that, then we'll go on to lunch, and after lunch, you go directly into sessions again, and then there are 3 alternatives. Let's see, all of them are updated in the agenda, so you will always be able to see that, and we'll try to get them up on the slide as well. So in between the lunch, you can come in here and check again if you wish. But after lunch, we have 3 breakout sessions, one on how to use cross-sectoral engagement to improve access to mobility. So Erasmus in schools and beyond is the example, and that's downstairs in the saloon. We also have another breakout session on mobility outside of the Erasmus Plus program, so how we can make that inclusive, because that also comes with its own set of challenges. And that will be in here, in this room. And last but not least, we have the role of student accommodation in making mobility more inclusive. And that will be in the attic, that's 1 stair up. And we will make sure to direct you as well. So now you've heard a lot of session names, right? We'll start off with the first round. So either you stay here or you go down to the saloon. And after lunch, you'll have the opportunity to choose again from the 3 alternatives. Is it clear? More or less? Otherwise, we're here, we're in the hallway. You have the agenda as well on the back. So feel free to. So in the saloon or in here, you can stay. Feel free to. Get moving.
No, is this the one?
You should also stop the elevator music. Okay, this is yours.
Yes. You can try this, for example.
You have it. Do you see the thing that was over here when I was presenting? And
The arrows, I understand, but to start.
you can see here the slide.
How do I
And
start?
you are, when you see the video, you have to click on it to the box.
You mean? But how? I'm gonna go there and then go out. A minute. I didn't get how the video will start with the sound. Okay. So I have to tell you okay and go. Okay. Hello everyone. I am Sabri from ESN International. I work as a comms officer there. Maybe I chatted with some of you. And before starting this session, maybe I would ask with if a couple of you wants to share why you chose to actually attend this. Maybe you were just tired and you didn't want to wake up, walk. That's, I can see it's maybe, but maybe, okay, maybe you can find an excuse as to why you want to join. If some of you, maybe a couple of you want to share it. Because this is supposed to be inspiration, so I want to also hear a bit from you. So why do you think, or what do you hope of gaining from this Ignite session? I have to call you out otherwise. Nobody? Yes. I was going to call you anyway, so.
So I would be happy to learn about this platform and how can I use it to inspire some people to go abroad.
Great. I think this is a good reason. Actually, we're not only going to talk about the platform. We're going to talk, as we said, about the platform, which I'm going to talk about soon. And then we're going to have two other colleagues talking about the issue, for example, of accessing mobility during disability and so on. So let's start first from Inclusive Mobility U. Did any of you ever heard about this platform? Oh, this is good. Actually, surprised. Okay, I was ready for the worst. So if you heard about this platform, you know that the story behind this is that it started with the idea of helping people who have disabilities to access mobilities, you know? But then we wonder, okay, why is this important? Some of the research we have read, and actually there's much research to back this up, explains that the opportunities that you gain when accessing mobilities are so many. You know, they're not just in terms of social inclusion, economic inclusion, and so on, but also in terms of memories, or maybe just feeling better about what you're doing, meeting other people, and having more opportunities also accessing the job market. You know, one of the flyers that we have shared with you, if you turn them to the back, you will see that you have, for example, opportunities of accessing better the job market and so on. But as you know, it's not easy. The first challenge that is encountered in this issue is, where do I find all the information that I need to access a mobility in my situation? And what we did with inclusivemobility.eu is to create a platform where all of this information is gathered. Okay? So I will not do much into reading, but I will actually start by sharing this video. I hope I don't mess this up technically, but no video. I can play it, okay? With no sound. Okay, well, while the images go, then it's just going to show you some parts of this platform. The relevant thing that I really like about this is that the main stakeholders behind inclusive mobility for these issues have been involved. You have ministries of education, you have national agencies of member states, you have organizations working in disability, in the sector of disability or helping disadvantaged group. You have, of course, student organizations, you have ESN, and so on and so forth. And what we did was to create this sort of platform where you just go to a map, you find all sorts of higher education institutions, and then inside of that you will have the inclusive, relevant information. So, for example, is the university accessible? What sort of services are available? And so on and so forth. Okay? And yeah, it's silent, so actually there was a description behind it, so I will not bother you with that, but this is just an example of how it works. And this is where you have this information on the inclusion offices and services that are available, not only for students with disabilities, but all students now, this was the later phase of the project, all students from disadvantaged background, whether it is economic disadvantages and so on and so forth. And in the platform, if you want to promote this, you also have testimonial sessions where you can talk about, where you can see inspirational stories by people who come from different backgrounds and how mobilities help them, and this increases really the value of this platform, which is the first, I would say, and the unique one of its type in Europe. Okay? So I addressed actually a bit the need. We talked about how the solution could work, about how finding information can help people to access mobility. And these are some of the sections that you will find in the platform. You have testimonials, as I said, a step-by-step guide into going abroad, frequently asked questions, institutional pages, this I will tackle in a bit, and then country pages. So what about these institutional pages and country pages? For students, the process is very simple. You go in the platform, you find the information you need. For institutions, for example, universities, and for countries, for example, ministries of education, you have the possibility to create your own, basically, profile. You add your information there, and then you can be featured in the platform. And as you can understand, this is a very important process. So in a sense, my call to action, but I will also tackle it later, is for students to really promote this, to talk with your institutions, with your universities, if you know national agencies, if you have contacts with your ministries and so on, to get them in touch with the platform and to make them understand how important it is. And from the other hand, for the institutional representatives that are here, I know that there are quite a few, get connected to this. And if you have questions, you can get connected with ESN, and we will see how we can better support you with this platform. But it's very accessible, and it's a very, very important work that we plan on building on in the future. For example, with the Erasmus Plus app, which is gonna, for example, connect you to this platform. It's very pivotal, it's very important. This video, I'm not gonna go into it now because there's no audio, but it basically describes you an extra sections that you have inside. And inside this inclusive mobility framework, which is connected to the platform, you can assess the level of inclusion that your mobility has And then you also receive tips, advice, and you have access to basically a section where you have resources and so on and so forth, like toolkits, etc. This is for institutions specifically. And we can explore if we can expand this or make this more accessible also for students. But really the basics for now is to make this accessible, to make it easy for usage. Okay? Yeah, this is the call to action. This has been, since the beginning, a co-creation process. We've been working together. And we've not only built the platform with students, with institutions, and so on, but we've also built the toolkits that is inside, the structure, and then the very process of promoting this. So we've discussed in a bit in this presentation about the ethos, so what was the logic behind this, the pathos, why is it really important for the level of experience, and about the logos, we've also discussed more about the technicalities. And these are some of the partners that have been involved. These are just the, in a sense, the official partners, but we've collaborated with so many stakeholders. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're gonna go now to 2 more presentations, which are gonna tackle more specific details about this, but I think this is a very nice red thread that connects them all. So get connected with us, ask us questions. If you wanna organize workshops on this, this is a big, big, big resource that you can never miss, you know, in the future work or even as a student. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, now is the moment. Otherwise, we can go to the next one. Okay. So is Johanna here? Yes? You can start to come. And then, oh no, that was a question. Yes, okay. Okay, okay. Do ask, please.
I'll try with that mic. Oh,
I can bring it to you. Okay.
Thanks for the presentation. That was really interesting. I'm Stephanie from the Swiss National Agency, Movetia, and I was wondering, because we were aware of the platform and we're planning on filling it out, and I had a look briefly, quite briefly, at other national agencies that had already filled out the country profile that is available. And sometimes the information is quite complex. Like, I found it not very accessible in the way that it's formulated.
Mm-hmm.
So keeping in mind that it's supposed to be inclusive and accessible to everyone,
Yes.
I was wondering if there's any guidelines for us that we need to keep in mind when we fill in the information.
Yes. So the information that is showcased in the platform. So this is always a challenge with projects, as you know. You're an expert, you work in national agencies, you know, how do you ensure the sustainability? Sustainability means after the actual project activities end, how does the baby continue to live on its own? You know, without being basically without being helped by the mother, in a sense. And what we did was that the information is uploaded directly from institutions. This is just to give a background. So as you correctly asked is, okay, we put the information, but how can we have some guidelines to make sure that it's accessible? One first advice is for institutions to start from the framework, you know, because there you can access the toolkits and they give you a bit of a guideline, also how to communicate about this stuff, how to, all sorts of things. And when you have that background, then it's gonna be easy to put information there. No, that's one thing. Another thing, if there is something more structural, even if the resources don't help you with that, you can get in touch with us, you know, and then we can make sure to maybe add some extra resource. Because, for example, the toolkit and resources part, the content is not fixed. We can add more, we can, okay, maybe adapting it is harder, but we can add more content. We can maybe add a document where it says, okay, here's how you can fill it. But that's more, as you said, on the institutional part. And the reason why the text is not already perfect for some institutions is maybe because the institution had their own documents, did not adapt it enough, it's a bit too complicated, and then they just copy-paste it, okay? But in that case, there's still work to be done. Consider that the platform was finalized basically last year. So now we're still, as you can see, in the promotion phase. We want to increase the number of institutions that uptake this. And then at the same time, we want to make sure that it's more accessible. Also, for example, in terms of, is it actually accessible when you go, you know, in terms of what the images show and whether the color scheme is accessible or not and things of this sort. So this is something we are still continuing to work on. But yeah, for that, first step, start from the framework. Second step, if there's something more structural, just get in touch with us and we can see if we have more resources to add to the platform. Other questions? No, everything is clear and you love the platform so much. You're shocked, this is the silence is always so beautiful, yeah. So next up we have finally Johanna from Office for Students with Disabilities. So I will leave the floor to her and yeah, that's it.
Hello, my name is Joanna, and this is my colleague Małgorzata. We are from Poland, from Lodz University of Technology. I'm a head of Office for Students with Disabilities, and I want to share with you our best practices, not only with support students with disabilities, but also students from other countries with special educational needs. Okay. So a few words about our city. We are the center, in the center of Poland, I think second biggest or third biggest city in the Poland. Lodz is. And our university, we are academical city. We have about 20 universities at our city, but our university is among the best technical universities in Poland. We have approximately 13,000 students and about 150 students with disabilities and special educational needs now in this year. We have students with many types of disabilities, with sensory disabilities, so that are blind students and with visual impairment, students with hearing impairment, motor disability also, students with non-neuronormative disorders, mental disorders, or chronic diseases. The role of the university and our office is creating equal access to the university offer, to our educational offer, granting full participation in all university activities, not only at classes, but many other activities that the students do, counteracting discrimination practices and assuring compliance with the same rights and obligations. Okay, maybe Gosia say about cooperation.
Okay. So we are just showing you a small scheme of how we cooperate, and it's also important in the context of students who come to our university. It means that, of course, the main person here is the student. And there is our office, as you can see it in the red dot, but there is also a very important factor, which is the faculty coordinator, who is assigned at each of the faculties, and it's an academic teacher. And this teacher has a good connection both with other teachers at the faculty and also with us, and also with the students. So he knows, or he or she knows by name all the colleagues from the faculty. And you know that we are in charge of quite sensitive data, and sometimes students share with us information on the basis of trust, of course. Sometimes then they don't have to share it, but if they do, then they have to be sure that there is not that everybody knows everything, but it's only on the basis of what is strictly needed. And then this faculty coordinator is the connecting point and the person that knows these things and connects the students and can provide information to teachers and also some kind of support and advice how they should deal with particular teaching issues that may appear during classes, and also how they can themselves support the students.
Maybe I add that our teachers are training in universal design of learning and teaching strategies, and we have also trainings for our administrative staff. So we do more in this field of education, also our university staff in inclusive strategies.
So you can see the list of all the assistance that we provide and that can be provided also to the incoming exchange students. We basically are obliged by the rules of Poland, meaning that students should have a so-called certificate of disability. But this is being broader and broader right now. So we can slowly transfer this assistance also to the students who do not have certain papers, certificates issued in Poland. And that's a very good thing. And the main incentive that brings students to our office are scholarships. But unfortunately, the scholarships are offered only to the local students, Polish students who have Polish documentation, yes.
Okay, the very important part of our offer is psychological support, and we have many forms of this psychological support, also for students, for international students, because our psychologists speak English. We have individual sessions, study coaching, also addiction consultations, crisis intervention, and group workshops. But we have also, Gosia spoke about it yesterday, also Ukrainian psychotherapist for Ukrainian refugees and students from Ukraine.
That's also an important thing because we put great stress on providing sport activities that are suitable for everybody with any kind of need. And we also organize special student camps, which are sports camps. And in general, we may think that, well, sports are more assigned to people who want to achieve certain results, yes. So, but that's not the case. It's just for everybody, and everybody based on their own abilities can take part in it. But there are also championships for those who want to achieve great and big results. And you can see here in the photograph the students who took part in the championship in weightlifting. It's called paralifting, yes, that's the name of the event and the sports. And our university and also what we do as Bonn participates in local initiatives, and as Asia has mentioned, we organize training for staff, for teachers on special educational needs. And we also train students in terms of different needs that their colleagues might have. We also support strongly student projects that the international students do. We will have this kind of project now going on at our university under European Project Semester Scheme, in which international students will make let's say a custom-based project responding to our needs. We don't know yet what it is going to be. The first idea is promoting our university as a place as a place friendly to everybody. But last year we have a project on accessing museums and art by people who are blind. And we also receive study visits.
We have some sample of universal design. Now it's in one project that we provide that are electronic navigation systems that is called Toto Point. And that are some sound space makers that are inside or outside of university buildings. And it supports mainly students with visual impairment, blind students, because they have some form of application at their smartphones, and that is dedicated for them, but it's very useful for students also with, for example, autism spectrum, but also international students or everyone who need to find some buildings at the university. So that is now a sample, such form of experiment, how it will work.
Before we end, I would like also to mention, because you spoke about accessible documents, for example, on the website, and we also work on making all the documentation, all the learning materials being accessible with audio description. We also think about making it in English. And also, there is one important thing, the documentation in language easy to read, for example, which is both for students with disabilities and also for international students, for students who are from the underprivileged background. And that's also very helpful, because we sometimes do not realize how difficult all the regulations, even the Erasmus agreement, actually are to understand. And nobody really reads it, because it's really pain. Yeah, sometimes it's pain. And there is one more group that I could mention here, for example, young mothers, that we are also open to. We are starting kindergarten at our university, so that's a new thing. And we also have a station for small babies in our office, so that's also something that can be quite interesting. And one more thing that came to my mind is connected with the mobility in general, because the numbers of students with disabilities who come to our university and who go, they are not really big. It's just a few students each year. And we sometimes hesitate why it is so, because there are additional incentives. There are additional money from Erasmus scholarship that students get. And they also get money for extra costs, which are paid back on the basis of the actual spendings, invoices. But still, it's not a lot of students. And sometimes we think that there is this kind of mental barrier in people, that there are many other things that prevent them from going abroad. Also, for example, if they need assistance and if they really have a heavy disability, it's really complicated to go abroad. So this is something to think about. And there are also mental obstacles, because we used to have a student who had no limbs. Yes, actually, he had one hand. He was, yes, and he was moving with the use of a skating board. And he went on Erasmus to Ghent, I think, yeah. And there was a funny situation, because we had a week on students with disabilities, International Week, and he was invited to talk about his experience. And his first words were, well, I don't know why actually you invited me here, because I just want to talk about my experience as an Erasmus student, not as a student with disabilities. So you see, it also happens.
Okay, I think we should stop now. Thank you very much for listening. The point was, we are open, friendly, and come to our university.
Thank you so much. There are contacts here, but you can stay in case somebody wants to ask a question on this. We have many questions, which is good. We can go there and then there. You can present yourself, and then you can ask your question, and then the microphone is coming. Not you. There.
Was it me? Okay. So thank you for your presentation. I'm Lucia from the University of Padua. You saw me earlier on the stage. I was very interested in the aspect of training, staff and student training, because we really agree, and at the University of Padua we're also working on building friendly contexts and facilitating contexts. So I wanted to ask, for staff and students, what's like the response you get from staff and students when you propose trainings? And specifically for students, do they get to then do things like become tutors or buddies? I don't know. Thank you.
So you mean mainly the training for students, not for staff, yes? Yes. So we do not organize, the training for students is not on the basis of regular courses that they have to attend. It's rather less structured, yes? So it's mostly that we may organize something like an open day, or we may invite students to our office, or in general come to a faculty. For example, each academic year when it opens, there is a representative of our office talking about what we do. And actually also an important motive is the one when students do something for people who might have special needs. And that's the most educating thing. And then they learn the most. But we also have student assistants, that's a fact. And that's the system that is run not only at our university, but at other universities. There are peer students who take the role of an assistant, and they meet with the student, and they deal together with the student with with their daily, duties and hardships, and help the student. And it's a great lesson for both of them, actually. And we pay the student from the funding that we have.
Then we can go to the next session now, and then for the next session you will have priority to ask a question. Would that work? Okay, okay. It's just because we're a bit tight with the timing. Okay, so thank you so much, and next up you have Inclusion Europe. Isa Rodriguez should be here, and then they will be talking. They, not she, apparently, we're talking about self-advocacy and accessible information for people with intellectual disabilities. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josipa, and here with me is Isa. We are from the Communication Department of Inclusion Europe. Well, we are the Department of Communication. We are a really small team, and thank you to the colleagues from the University of Łódź for mentioning easy to read. This is something we're going to talk about. I will let Isa speak, and I'll be here for any questions that you might have.
So, can you hear me? Yeah. I'm going to talk about what Inclusion Europe is. So, who are we? We are an NGO. Supported by the European Union, and we support people with intellectual disability. We have a vision, mission, and values. Thank you. And so our vision is that people with intellectual disability enjoy equal rights and they fully participate in society. We want that their families just stay families and not guardians, so that they are fully independent. And we want that the interests and concerns of people with intellectual disability and their families are considered in all policies that affect them. So our mission is really to fight for equal rights for people with intellectual disabilities. And we also fight for full inclusion in society and in all aspects of life. So we respect people with intellectual disability, we respect their decisions and their choices. We also value the solidarity between a weaker and stronger person, between organizations and also generations. And we also value their inclusion in the society. So here are some areas that we cover. So rights to decide, voting, violence against women, education, and healthcare. We have 78 members in 39 European countries. So in blue are all the countries who are part of Inclusion Europe, are our members, sorry, and in yellow are those who are not. So a really big, important part of Inclusion Europe is self-advocacy. So what is self-advocacy for us? We consider people with intellectual disabilities to be this equal as people who have not intellectual disability. So we want them to speak for themselves and to participate in all the regulations and laws. So we put up the European Platform of Self-Advocates, EPSA, and so they are 20 members of 17 countries, and they gather people with intellectual disabilities and their families so that they freely participate in all the regulations, and they raise issue and awareness. They also they ensure that Inclusion Europe is inclusive. They also give us topics to talk about. They raise awareness so that we can promote and share on social media and write articles about. They represent us in the meetings, and they also organize a conference called Hear Our Voices, which is made of all these self-advocates, so all these people with intellectual disabilities and their families. They also organize leadership trainings for these self-advocates every year, and we have a newsletter that is then published as a magazine in easy to read then called Europe for Us. So the question that they will be asking now is, what is easy to read, or ETR? So easy to read is very important for people with intellectual disability to make them easier to understand and make information easy for them to understand and to read. And there are certain rules that I'm going to talk about a bit later, and the blue logo here is the logo for all the publications for easy to read. So how to do easy to read? There is actually a European standard guides for easy to read in 17 languages in our webpage. But to give you a short overview, I put an example here, is actually to write short sentences, to skip lines, to repeat certain words, to write numbers in digits, and to explain the difficult words. That's how the main, and also very important, put images next to the sentences so that it illustrates what the sentences are saying. And so here, I mentioned before, it's our newsletter, then it's our magazine, published 4 times a year in easy to read and in 7 languages, so for specifically people with intellectual disabilities. And also, I mentioned that there is, that we have to explain the words, so we don't explain them in the sentences, we explain them at the end. In a little dictionary, I put a picture of our web page where there is a dictionary of all difficult words that is explained for people with intellectual disability. And I forgot to mention that why easy to read is very important. It's important for them so that they understand, they know their rights, they take part of society, and they stand for themselves, and they have their own choices. So I'm going to talk about our 2 main events, so Europe in Action and Our Voices. Europe in Action is an annual conference. It gathered 200 people with intellectual disabilities, their families, and also professionals. And they discuss important issues, and they share their experience and ideas to how to advance inclusion. And it's organized by Inclusion Europe and also national partner organizations, so organizations that are members of Inclusion Europe. And for example, we had last month, we had our annual Europe in Action. We had topics such as the deinstitutionalization of Czechia, the Ukraine, and the employment for people with intellectual disabilities. Our next one, it's Hear Our Voices, that I talked a little bit earlier, but it's organized by the EPSA, so European Platform of Self-Advocates, and it's every 2 years, and that's specifically people with intellectual disabilities that gather together and raise issue and discuss about the topics. We also have our podcast, which is Inclusion Europe Radio. Here we have interviews and conversations about inclusion of people with intellectual disabilities, their families, and it's actually everyday stories told via radio. Here we have a little bit of the speakers that we covered and the topics, so living independently, inclusive mobility, supporting Ukraine. And now our campaign that we start this year is End Segregation. That was actually also featured in European Action. And so it will go on for 4 more years. And we want to help people with intellectual disabilities to make their own decisions, have the right to education, having a job, belonging, and make friends. This is the mission of End Segregation. And it's a multimedia campaign. We did interviews and articles and promoting social media. So we are actually into this now. So make sure to check out on our website and also in our social media the campaign that is going on right now. Thank you for your attention. And that's our contacts.
Thank you. I don't know if you wanted to add something to this, or we can get maybe one more question, because we're basically very tight again with the timing, as always. Do you have any question? None? Any comment, perhaps? Maybe you wanted to add something to wrap up, and then we can go to the closure. It's fine. Okay. So, yeah, with this, I think now we have the lunch break, right? Yes. So enjoy your lunch. I hope this was inspirational for you. 3 things then you can keep in mind. Get connected to inclusivemobility.eu and promote it if you are a student, or connect with it if you are an institution. Take the good example from University of Lodz and understand how training is good, the good value of peer-to-peer in these processes of inclusion. And then the example as well of Inclusion Europe, you know, and yeah, I think you have been inspired, and I will see you soon. Thank you. Come.
Seeing if you can show the
Erasmus Plus, how to make it more inclusive. I hope you are not asleep after lunch, so we will try to get you, to wake you up a little bit. Okay, so thank you for being here in this panel and bringing attention to this extremely important topic that actually is affecting a lot of international students' life. I'm Sarah, and I will be the moderator of this session of today. So this session tries to explore a little bit what are the strategies to foster inclusive mobility program, but still they're not Erasmus+. So this is a thing that maybe it's also new for you, so I think that you will take the most about it. So after this quick introduction, we will explore 3 cases about Switzerland, UK, and Asia. So we have people from all over the world, and that is amazing. Okay, so I will start by inviting here Stephanie. So Stephanie Brandley, she's the project coordinator of higher education of Movetia, Swiss National Agencies for Mobility Programs. So say. Then is Griff Ryan, policy advisor for global mobility of University UK International. Then is Catherine Marston, strategic development officer of Welsh Higher Education Brussels. And then it's Miguel Pangalan, thank you, project executive education department, Asia Europe Foundation, as if. So it's amazing that you are all here with us. Thank you so much. You had a long trip, a long way also, some of you, to come here. So I really want to thank you so much. So without losing any time, I will start by asking Stephanie to come here to present everything.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to be able to briefly present the Swiss perspective and reflection around inclusion. Good to go. I should maybe start by saying that the Swiss National Agency, so Movetia, that's our name, is in charge of promoting exchange and mobility in all areas of education. So this means we don't only promote mobility for higher education, but also in the areas of school education, at primary and secondary level, in the area of vocational education and training, of youth work, and of adult education. In the field of higher education, we run the Swiss European Mobility Program. Its short name is SEMP, if you've come across it. And the Swiss European Mobility Program, so the SEMP, is very closely related to Erasmus+. We used, for a long time, and we still do, we use the Erasmus Plus guide as a reference, and the Swiss European Mobility Program partially replicates the Erasmus Plus offer for higher education. So this means we offer student mobility for studies, student mobility for traineeship, staff mobility for teaching, and staff mobility for training. We offer all of these for outgoing, but also for incoming mobility. So we can fund European students and worldwide students to come and study or do a traineeship in Switzerland. As far as the legal framework is concerned for Switzerland, we work with a mandate from the Swiss Secretariat for Education, Research and Innovation. We call it the SERI, which establishes its goals within a 4-year strategy. And the latest 4-year strategy was published in 2021. And this current strategy lays a focus on digitalization, sustainable development, and equal opportunities. And as you can see, these focal areas are quite similar to the ones in Erasmus+. This means that Movetia, as a national agency, as well as all the higher education institutions in Switzerland, are asked to develop and to implement measures in order to drive forward the development of equal opportunities for everyone.
the series' strategic focus for the next 3 years also ties with our vision as a national agency. So our vision is, or we would like, all young people to take part in an extended exchange and mobility activity once in the course of their education. Of course, an inclusive mobility offer is key to achieve that goal, and although the Swiss education system is inclusive in the sense that it offers high quality and free education to all young people across Switzerland, we face two main challenges when it comes to mobility and exchange specifically. The first challenge is that most of the people that actually take part in an exchange and mobility activity have a very high level of education. So that's one of the main groups we have, and we would like to broaden that, of course. And the second problem or issue that we have, and that's linked to the first one, is that we have an underrepresentation of students and people from minority groups or from fewer opportunity backgrounds. So this calls for one observation and one question. Observation, we need to do better. Question, what can we do to get closer to achieve our vision? And as I said before, in our agency, we cover all areas of education in Switzerland, and our colleagues from the Youth Work Division, they took things into their hands and they started working on a strategy for inclusion for the field of youth education. So they set to work and came up with an inclusion strategy in 2021. And this strategy aims to adapt Movetia's services and programs in order to facilitate inclusion. It aims to support stakeholders in the design of inclusive projects, and it aims to build a network of partners and stakeholders who actively engage with inclusion and have expertise to share. On this basis, and with all 8 target groups identified in the Erasmus Plus Inclusion and Diversity Strategy in mind, the offer is now being developed and adapted within the Youth Work Division and also across the Swiss National Agency. So, for example, the website is being adapted. So that's planned, that we sort of reform our website because it's a couple of years old now. And one of the things we want to implement is what we heard about before, easy-to-access language. They're also working on toolkits for inclusion. And for now, in order to work efficiently, a specific focus is being laid on 2 target groups specifically. The first one is people with disabilities, and the second one is people with a migration background. So unlike other national agencies, that's maybe something I have to specify, we don't have one person in charge of inclusion. So we don't have an inclusion and diversity officer. Instead, every division at Movetia chose one person in charge of the topic of inclusion, and these people together form a transversal working group within the agency. So that's the group you can see on the slide. Through this working group, which meets about once a month, all the different areas of our national agency can benefit from each other's knowledge, networks, and experience, and also best practices. Specifically from the work that is being done by the Youth Work Division in the agency. So we can benefit, like when I say we, it's the Higher Education Division, which I'm a part of. So we can benefit from the expertise of the Youth Division, and they as well, they can sort of test their project with us, and we can give them feedback on them from our perspective of higher education. Within the area of higher education at Movetia, our main area of expertise are the measures aimed at people with disabilities. So that's our main, and I have to admit, only target group for now. So within the SEMP, the Swiss European Mobility Program, we have this specific target group, that's people with disabilities and or, it's being expanded slowly, people with chronic diseases or other conditions affecting them and affecting their mobility experience. Within this group, that's quite small for now. We do, however, provide quite generous support. So the support we provide is up to 12,000 Swiss francs per mobility in order to meet any specific needs linked to the person's disability or health condition. So it's not a top-up, it's really based on the effective expenses that the person faces. This, of course, comes with a downside that we've been discussing yesterday. It is that it's quite a lot of administrative work for the people that want to benefit from that. So they need to keep all the receipts, they need to provide quite an extensive application form and lots of documents to prove what they're claiming. But I need to say as well, but because that might interest you, that this special needs top-up, as we still call it, is available to outgoing but also to incoming students. So these 12,000 Swiss francs are available to all students taking part in SEMP. I can give examples maybe later in the discussion of students or situations where this fund has proved helpful. Besides this very specific measure, we also aim to stay informed, of course, and to learn from other agencies and stakeholders' best practices in order to further develop our offer. So in Switzerland, we cooperate closely with ESN Switzerland, of course, but also with the international relations offices of our higher education institutions, and with the diversity and inclusion offices, and this is something we still need to develop, this last point. ESN is very important in Switzerland, or for our Swiss National Agency, for one thing, because they provide access to the students' feedbacks. They can communicate our offer to the students as well. And another thing that we've mentioned before, or this morning as well, is the data. Because as a national agency, we really have trouble accessing the data. We don't have like one national survey or one national place where we can collect all the information about the students. So ESN has been very helpful for that because they come up with surveys really quickly and can access the students. On a European level, we take part in ACA's working group on inclusion, and that's a very valuable exchange for us because we learn about experiences and best practices from other national agencies, and also we get input from ACA that invites different experts to this group. And another thing we're planning to do, and that we heard about this morning, is to take part in the initiative Inclusive Mobility in that platform. And we're still in the starting blocks for that, but we really want to fill it out and provide extensive information about inclusion in Switzerland for incoming students. So our goals. Eventually, we want to align our target group, with the Erasmus Plus definition. So this means broaden our offer. We want to offer inclusion measures that are easily accessible to everyone, because this for now is a problem for us as for other institutions, as we heard this morning and yesterday. One example is simplify all the paperwork related to the special needs grants. We also want to collaborate with higher education institutions to make the information about specific measures more readily accessible. It has to be a joint effort, and we have noticed that when we go and look at the websites from the different universities in Switzerland, it can be really hard to access the relevant information. And to be honest, we had to do this exercise on our website as well and notice that, it's not that easy to find on our agency's website as well, so we had to correct that. Then we also want to develop internationalization at home to include more students that maybe don't have the opportunity to go and live on several months mobility abroad. And of course, we want to continue to participate in international initiatives for inclusion and to be a part of everything that's happening on the European level and the European expertise on the topic. So what I can also say is that recently we launched a campaign for mobility in general in Switzerland. And this campaign, although it's not really specifically linked to inclusion topics, it is linked to inclusion more generally because it is a nationwide
campaign aimed at all fields and level of education, so from primary schools up to vocational training and higher education. And it's really aimed at the pupils and young people and students. And so it's a campaign that links into a platform, learningbygoing.ch. And this platform really wants to give just some basic information to everyone, saying, by the way, there are opportunities for mobility in Switzerland, and this is where you can find them. And this is one way to access every young person in Switzerland from a very young age, and at least make them know that mobility is accessible for them at several stages within their education, and no matter if they come from a rural area or a city, they should know that at least opportunities are there. So that's how it links into inclusion. That's all from my side. I can go into details about our initiatives and measures if you have questions, but other than that, I'll just give the word to the colleagues from the UK, I believe.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Stephanie. So now, Griff.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's really exciting to be able to talk a little bit about inclusive mobility beyond Erasmus in the UK context. So my name is Griff. I'm from Universities UK International. Some of you might know the organisation as a partner of the SEAM project over the years. My previous colleague, Katie Allenson, who was my predecessor, was really heavily involved in a lot of the research. So it's really great to be able to come along and see so much of that in the conversations that have been taking place over the last couple of days. Really, really exciting. I think we've got some ESN UK colleagues in the audience as well. Are there any UK universities here? I don't think so. Any university representatives who have mobility partners in the UK? Yeah, excellent. That's good to see. So obviously the UK is now in a slightly new mobility context outside of the EU. So I'm going to talk through a little bit about the Turing scheme. So UKI, the organisation that I work for, is the collective voice of UK universities on the international stage. We represent 140 university members across all 4 nations of the UK and try and help them flourish internationally. The Turing scheme was announced in January 2021 following the UK's decision to not associate to the Erasmus Plus programme. Its first year of funding was in the 2021-22 academic year. It was originally contracted out by the Department for Education to the British Council, which was the national agency for the UK under Erasmus. And then the contract was changed over to the new scheme management, which is Capita. In terms of our relationship to the scheme, we play an advisory role, so we sit on the Turing Advisory Board, but we haven't got any kind of direct control over the scheme. We just try and feed in the higher education perspective and kind of provide feedback from our members as to how the scheme is running. We're currently in year 2 of the scheme, so the 2022-23 academic year is the second year of the scheme. And there are 38,000, just over 38,000 mobilities planned during this year of the scheme, and that includes learners from higher education, from further education, and from schools as well. The funding for the scheme was confirmed up until the 2024-25 academic year, so it's really good to see the kind of long-term commitment from the UK government there to mobility. So as I said, it covers schools, HE and FE. The scheme is global in scope, so students can go out wherever they want in the world, wherever their university or college has a partner. There's an annual cycle of applications, so universities, others will apply in the springtime, get funding confirmed in the summer, and then begin sending out students during the academic year. And a really encouraging thing, mobilities can range from 4 weeks to 12 months. They can also be for study or for work. So you can see a lot of things that have, there's tried to be a bit of a continuation with, from the Erasmus scheme. So in terms of widening participation and inclusion, we can see that in the second year of the scheme, 52% of the planned participants are from disadvantaged backgrounds. And this is up from the first year of the scheme when 48% of participants were from disadvantaged backgrounds. So this is an increase in the proportion from previously, before the creation of the Turing scheme, in terms of the percentage of mobile students who are from these disadvantaged backgrounds. So really encouraging to see that kind of positive movement in that direction. So how is that brought about by the scheme? How does the scheme manage to have such a high rate of disadvantaged background participation? So the priority, one of the key priorities of the scheme is to provide equal access to these opportunities regardless of the learner's backgrounds. And that starts with grant funding being designed with an emphasis on supporting students from disadvantaged backgrounds, students with special educational needs, and students living with disabilities. In terms of the kind of leading up to the point at which the Turing scheme was introduced, there was a real kind of positive movement in the UK towards encouraging and providing access to students from disadvantaged backgrounds. You can see a few of those classifications there, where the kind of percentage increase in students from those backgrounds having a mobility experience during each academic year continued to increase from 2015-16 all the way up to just before the pandemic. Obviously, the pandemic data is a little bit different, so I've not included it on that slide. But yeah, and there's some of the research that was conducted with support of the Erasmus Plus program, looking into and providing evidence of the benefits of widening participation in outward student mobility, and also kind of looking at the rates and how we might look to increase them. So in terms of the scheme design, at the application stage, the bidding process, there needs to be a strong demonstration from bidding universities or other providers demonstrating how their projects are going to support widening access. The assessment criteria is really heavily weighted towards evidencing progress towards this goal. So it's right at the beginning of the process where universities and others have to start bearing this in consideration. Grant rates are designed to be comparable with the previous grant rates under Erasmus Plus, to kind of ensure a bit of continuity there. I can provide a bit more detail. It's roughly in the kind of £300 to £600 a week range, or a month. Sorry, a month. That would be a lot of money. That would be really cool. And then with a bit of top up there, and that kind of depends on distance-based criteria, so how far away the countries are and what the level of the kind of cost of living expenses in the destination country are. Additional financial support, targeted financial support, is available for students from disadvantaged backgrounds, with quite healthy top-ups on that monthly figure. And then also actual costs can be covered for students from disadvantaged backgrounds where additional costs have been incurred. So things like visas, passports, insurance, other considerations like that can be directly funded on an actual cost basis. For SEND and disabled student support, that's also can be on an actual cost basis, and that can include preparatory visits to ensure that the mobility is as accessible as possible. And then finally, just a note on the reduction in the minimum duration under Turing. So the fact that shorter mobilities are allowed, we've seen through previous UK research that short-term mobility has been growing in popularity, and also they're incredibly important for the widening participation agenda. I think it was discussed yesterday, the usefulness of shorter mobilities in terms of expanding access to those who longer opportunities might not be viable. In terms of how kind of targeted this approach is there's also targeting on a geographic level. So there's a lot of conversation yesterday about rural prioritization under Erasmus+. In the UK context, this is focused on geographical areas of disadvantaged. So the Department for Education and some of the other the scheme partners have been trying to focus on the UK government's levelling up agenda, so trying to ensure development across the UK, across all 4 nations and across all regions. The Association of Commonwealth Universities, which was one of the scheme partners, they've run a widening participation pilot project with schools, universities and colleges in the regions of Staffordshire and Derbyshire. They're publishing a report on that shortly, so that will have some really interesting findings on how targeted support can help expand access in those specific areas. And I'll leave it there. I think in terms of some kind of future, it might be maybe something for us to discuss a little bit about kind of future areas where we might like to see some iterative improvements in the scheme. I'm very happy to go into that a little bit, because we all know there's always room for improvement with these things. If you have any interest in some of the details around the kind of funding arrangements, which groups are targeted and how they're allocated, that can all be found in the program guide and then also on the project web pages. And then there's my contact details. I think the slides will be circulated, but yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We still stay in this topic, and now I address the word to Catherine.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Catherine Marston from Welsh Higher Education Brussels. I'm here representing the TITHE programme, which is Wales's new international learning exchange programme. And TITHE means journey in Welsh. It was a name decided on through a vote. It is a new programme, so we're still learning, we're still evolving. It was established by the Welsh Government because of a gap in mobility opportunities following the UK Government's decision not to participate in the current Erasmus Plus programme. So the Welsh Government decided this was a gap that they wanted to fill with investment, so the programme has been set up. I'll give you an overview of the programme and a bit about its inclusion strands as well. But as I said, it is a new programme. We don't have data yet on how it's operated in its first year. It is a global programme, so people can come from all over the world to Wales, and people from Wales can go all over the world. Reciprocity, exchange, is a fundamental part of the scheme. You'll see at the bottom its targets. We want to ensure that there's, I guess, 15,000 people from Wales who are mobile through the programme. During the 4 years it's in operation initially. And we want to welcome at least 10,000 people to Wales through the scheme. So it is very much a scheme welcoming people to Wales and encouraging people from Wales to be mobile. It's had investment, significant investment by Welsh Government of £65 million. It is run at arm's length from Welsh Government. It's run by a company based within Cardiff University, but separate from Cardiff University. It has its own governance structure. It has input from different sectors, from students as well, into its operation and governance. It is fairly broad in its scope, covering schools, youth organisations, further education, vocational, adult and higher education as well. So it does have a broad scope of activity. And there are the aims of the programme. You can see aims around providing inclusive programme for Wales, to promote collaborations between Wales and partners, to link to creative activities, to ensure Wales is seen as an open, outward-looking and globally responsible nation. And then it has 3 cross-cutting commitments, and you'll see the first one links to what we've been talking about so far this afternoon, and I'm sure you have been talking about over the last couple of days, around supporting inclusion and mobility opportunities for people from underrepresented groups with additional learning needs and so on. It's also got commitment around promoting Welsh language and culture, and also linking in, I think, with a principle that Erasmus has around sustainability and the Wales Wellbeing of Future Generations Act as well. So focusing on inclusion, this is the scheme's kind of, I guess, overview about inclusion and what is provided. So it provides up to 100% of the costs for participants with additional needs, and it does support visits by people to support that mobility as well. So there's funding available for that, both coming into Wales and going out of Wales. The scheme is also committed to providing clear information to potential participants in mobility, providing examples of successful mobilities from a wide range of learners, and as I think Griff mentioned, the point around shorter mobility is included as a key dimension of the scheme as well. People are able to do fairly short periods of mobility in higher education, and even shorter periods of mobility in the other sectors that are covered. And there's also options to mix virtual mobility with physical mobility as well. And we know that has links to inclusion as well. As I said, the scheme is new and evolving, so colleagues in Cardiff running the scheme are working on the policies to support this strand of the programme and to make sure we get it right. And we're keen to learn from other groups, from other networks, to hear from students about their experiences. And the programme has set up an advisory group to support its work on inclusion. Just a brief overview of the scheme. We've got 3 pathways. The first one is, I guess, the mobility one, which is focused on students and learners and staff going in and out of Wales. And we have one around partnership and collaboration, and one about capacity building to support organisations who are working in the area of mobility, or where they need some additional resources to support the activity linked to the programme. Pathway 1, we had our first call earlier this year, and we had 71 applications across all sectors. And if you think Wales has got 8 universities, about 13, 14 vocational colleges, 1,500 schools or so on, that's a good response. There was strong demand from all the sectors to the programme, so that's very positive. Institutions who applied for funding have been told now about their funding, and the mobilities will be starting very soon. So we're very pleased to see the scheme is up and running already, and there'll be a call for the next round of mobilities early next year. And that's just a bit about Pathway 2. It's open not to higher education. Higher education said it had the capacity and the existing links to enable its work in this area. That was a decision taken by the higher education sector, so it's open to other parts of the education sector, and that call, I think, is open now or just about to open. So some further links, and colleagues in Wales would be very interested to hear from you if you have queries about TITHE and how it works, and how students and institutions can engage with the programme. I'll finish there. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, Miguel.
Okay, hi everyone. I am Miguel Pangalangan from the Asia-Europe Foundation, which is based in Singapore. I am originally from the Philippines, and it is an honor to be here, so thank you so much to ESN for the invitation. Today, I will be bringing into the picture some information we have on mobility and inclusive internationalization from the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So it's not too far from here, so I hope you can travel with me and look into what we have going. First and foremost, what is the Asia-Europe Foundation, or ASEF? ASEF is a not-for-profit intergovernmental organization, and we have partner countries, 51 partner countries across Asia and Europe, 30 from Europe and 21 from Asia. And included here, as a matter of fact, would be the EU and the ASEAN as an association. And we were established in 1997 to support the Asia-Europe meeting. So this is where the ministers get together, and specifically for our department, the education department, we work closely with the 51 ministries of education of the ASEM partner countries. I listed here only a few examples of the ASEF projects. We have a few more, but specifically for our higher education projects, we have the ASEF Regional Conference on Higher Education, known as ARC. We are currently on our 9th edition, so this is our 10th year going. And this edition is focused on mapping the higher education policies and practices towards the SDGs. However, the ARC 8, which focused on inclusion and diversity in higher education, is where I will draw more information and inspiration from. And yeah, to note, for ARC 8, we did involve ESN through the representatives of ESN, Olivia, who is here, I believe, who helped us develop a chapter on inclusive internationalization and mobility of knowledge and people. So yeah, those are a few of our projects. From this, we drew inspiration to make a spin-off event. So these are capacity building workshops, as listed here, which advance inclusive international higher education in ASEAN and equitable access and success in higher education. To name a few, we also have youth projects and projects on secondary higher education. But yeah, let's move into the ASEAN higher education space, and I'd like to maybe have some realizations of the potential in this region. So, as of 2018, there's an estimate of 20 million students in the ASEAN and 7,000 universities. If I may add, since I'm familiar with the statistics in the Philippines, around 1,200 of those universities are in the Philippines alone. And the higher education does play an important role in the ASEAN economic, political, and sociocultural development. And there's a big push in the ASEAN to develop the higher education space. So we have good people now in the ASEAN, and in the involvement of the EU as well, so the EU Share program, and a few other initiatives also by the British Council and a number of other partners as well. Yeah, and I'll mention here that globally, from 2000 to 2018, the number of international students has risen by from 2 million to over 5.3 million. So it is increasing. However, there are some studies and research now saying that the growth of the population involved in mobility and international education will continue to increase, however, at a much less degree. So that's something we are looking towards. Additionally, there is also some predictions that international education is going to grow in the ASEAN, wherein more outgoing students from Southeast Asia will actually engage in interregional mobility. So that's a trend that is being observed. And yeah, with the international higher education space, East Asia and the Pacific has the highest number of students of any region, and it's expected to grow. So we have a few people who will maybe we'd like to keep an eye on as well and invite into the higher education space and ensure that there is space for them here should they be interested in pursuing higher education. What we would like to note here is that, it's expected by 2030 that part of the top 10 countries that have the biggest, top 20 countries that have the biggest student population, 3 of which of these countries would come from Southeast Asia. Yeah, but just to clarify, yeah, with the numbers being presented here, these are students, but not necessarily are all our higher education students. So let's put that into perspective. Okay, so when we're looking at how to connect it to let's say our interests here as well, this is a glimpse of where the ASEAN students actually go, and the top 70% of all of the outgoing students from the ASEAN actually go to Australia, US, UK, and Japan. That's a big chunk, 70%. The other top destinations, as you can see here, would include France, Finland, Ireland, Netherlands, Italy, and Hungary. And with this said, considering that the population of higher education students will grow, it would be interesting to put a spotlight on this to attract the students to our universities here in Europe. Now I'm shifting gears here a bit now towards the studies done by ASEF and a few of the research collaborations we have had in the previous years. Specifically 2 surveys, one of which is the Inclusive Internationalization Survey, where we have 157 respondents from 101 different educational institutions in the ASEAN. And the second is on Equitable Access and Success Survey conducted by ASEF with 134 individual respondents from 88 different educational institutions across the globe, 2/3 of which are from the ASEAN region. Yeah, so what we got from these studies, number 1, is the number of ASEAN member states identifying specific equity target groups in their policy documents. So I hope you've also gone through the same studies. And we can see here that the universities, higher education institutions in Southeast Asia identified low income and lower socioeconomic background and persons with disabilities equally as they identified these as the specific equity target groups. So there is some parallelism that we can see with the target groups that we have. And I will connect that later with another graph. Now we also have the types of mobility programs. Here, exchange programs are really the highest, and much of this, as data has shown, is dependent on the scholarships also provided, again, because of the concern with the low income for each household. Short programs of offered traineeships, internships are there. What we want to draw focus on here is on COIL. It's the Collaborative Online International Learning, which was really boosted during the pandemic for reasons we are aware of, wherein the limitations and lack of physical presence in universities. And this was really propelled COIL, but there is that push again to continue COIL beyond the pandemic because it has increased the participation of students from lower income households. And this is not an alternative to replacement to in-person education, but this is a good opportunity we would like, we put the spotlight on, as it is an appreciated effort for international education in Southeast Asia. There's a lot of information on that, on COIL online and on our website as well, so it might be, if you are interested to explore this as well. Okay, so share of institutions with internationalization strategy and the strategy that specifically aims to ensure inclusive access to internationalization. So it may look good that universities say, at least the staff of universities say, that they have an internationalization strategy. However, what we'd like to point out here is the not sure part. 41% of the staff are not aware of, or are not certain if they have inclusive internationalization access strategy. So they know they have an internationalization strategy. They don't know if its inclusion and mobility access is explicitly stated in this. So that is a concern. And we also have the importance of various dimensions in internationalization at higher education. And it's good that we see these dimensions here as seen as important. What is curious, however, is to see that the presence of international administrator and the presence of international faculty are seen as important, but not, they're the least of the important ones identified. And we draw the attention here to the understanding that has been mentioned numerous times on internationalization at home, and this should be pushed further in the region. So yeah, it's really focused on research and the students' mobility. There are a number of factors involved to see why that is so, why it's not so important for the faculty or for the administrators in this region, but we can get into that another time. Yeah, so groups reported as underrepresented in internationalization activities. Of course, low income, rural, with students with disabilities. So there are these same parallelisms that we have. And the most common barrier to participation is in internationalization activities is low income. Yeah, so there's one distinction is that for the ASEAN, unlike the European Union, the ASEAN does not provide an interregional system of policy formation. So it's difficult to gather data on this. We're really focused on what UNESCO can provide and what we gather from our surveys. But data collection is also a primary concern. And ASEAN has initiatives to create technical working groups to address this, but it's still a work in progress and a lot of work ahead. So the challenges and recommendations for an inclusive ASEAN international mobility, these three things are highlighted in our studies. The main challenge would be institutional barriers. There are also additional constraints for disadvantaged students and information and knowledge barriers. So our recommendations to address these 3 points would be develop the mobility strategy with defined targets. There's a raised during our discussions were these memorandum of understanding, so on and so forth. Yes, and yeah, the push we see from all of this is that there should be to promote inclusion at home, make a full use of collaborative online international learning, and streamline communication information on international mobility and opportunities. There's a great push from the ASEAN on this through the ASEAN Higher Education Space Roadmap to 2025, which really tries to give a strategic direction and plan for the ASEAN in terms of promoting inclusion and mobility in higher education. So these are the resources I draw from today. And I hope you can take a look as well. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentations. Actually, they were amazing, and it's very useful to see that you all gave us a deep and also understanding on how these mobility programs are. So I wanted to address the audience now, if anyone has some questions regarding these topics. Yes.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentations. I'm Selma from Yasan, Georgia. And I pretty much would like to ask all of you, especially the program that you're initiating. So, for example, from the Welsh, this is a pretty new, a relatively new program that you're promoting. And I would like to ask more about the ones who would like to come and study in Welsh, in UK. How does it work? Where do we promote those programs? And how does it work? Mainly, you need the home and host university. And if you can give us more insights about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the funding for TICE goes to Welsh organisations who then work with partners, and obviously Welsh universities, who I'm most familiar with, have a range of existing partners, but they're also looking for new partners to work with in terms of mobility, projects, I guess, and a partnership. So yes, if you have a partner in Wales already and you haven't asked them about mobility, please do. If you would like to find a partner in Wales to work with, please do contact TICE colleagues and they will connect you. There's a number of bodies who have been set up in Wales to support the programme for the further education and vocational sector and also the school sector. But in universities, universities have the resources to respond, so it would be directed to universities, but also we'd be happy to help as well.
Hi, I am Saga, representing ESN Sweden as project manager. First of all, just thank you all very much for this lovely presentation. And my question would be to the Asian initiative. So I just wanted to ask a little bit about if you could give some more details about how you would promote social inclusion from home, as you mentioned in the previous slide. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that is part of the ongoing discussions we have as well. ASEF collaborates closely with EU Share, the ASEAN Secretariat, and our partner, EU Share and our partners in the region. And it is part of the ongoing discussion in determining this strategic plan, and it is included as well in the ASEAN higher education space roadmap to 2025. When it comes to the specifics of promoting this, I think that's an ongoing conversation and something that is mentioned here as well. Through ASEF, we continue to facilitate these events to bring higher education institutions and partners together. So for example, with ARC, we have brought together 800 higher education institutions, organizations together to actually get these leaders of higher education institutions and the ministries into a room and discuss, be informed about these concepts, about these projects, and facilitate the change in that direction. But yeah, as for the specifics, I wish I could give more specific answers, but that's something we are currently working on, yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding the programs or any insights? Yes.
Hello, I'm Rossella from Politecnico di Milano, and I work within the International Mobility Unit. I have a question for Ryan. I was very surprised by the numbers, by the percentage of the disadvantaged background students who participated in a mobility. If I'm not wrong, it was 52%. And my question is how UK defined the disadvantaged background, because as we heard these days, this definition can different from one country to another. So,
thank you very much. Yeah, that's a really good question. So I didn't lay it out in the slides, but in terms of the definitions, so the main one is around income. So if you come from a household income of fewer than £25,000 a year, that counted as disadvantaged. If the student accesses universal credit or any other income-based benefits, if they're care leavers or care experienced, if they have caring responsibilities, if they're estranged from their parents, and then also refugees and asylum seekers. They're the kind of the main body. And then in terms of a kind of a category where universities can provide their own evidence of this. This can be for ethnic minorities, for SEND, for part-time students, mature students, and students who are the first in their family to access higher education. So those are some of the key ones. And then disability, students living with a disability, that's defined using the UK's various disability acts that are in place in the different nations. If that's helpful.
Okay, I think there was also another question here in the front.
Hello, this is a question in regards to both Movetia, Turing, and TAFE, and I would like to know if the students are involved in the evaluation and in the quality assurance processes that goes on these programs, as we were discussing this morning with Erasmus+, and if so, how?
I can start with a quick answer from Switzerland. For now, no, they're not. But I heard the presentation this morning, and I made a note because I thought it would be a really good idea actually for us to either have students involved or to involve in the process some kind of student survey or satisfaction survey that comes from the students in the institutions, or a different manner of including the students' voices would definitely be a good idea for us. Yeah.
Identical answer from Turing's perspective. Yeah, the presentation this morning, I immediately wrote it down and said we need to add that to our wish list. Probably working with ESN and other student representative organisations. There are surveys that Turing and DFE are conducting to kind of more on the student satisfaction side of things, but on the actual design, implementation, that kind of side of things, having those kind of student committees, things like that, is definitely on the wish list.
Yes, I think we're in the same position, but that sounds very interesting, the discussion this morning, so I'll take that back to colleagues in Wales.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, there is another one. No, okay.
I don't know.
Are there any, last question?
Hi, Josip from the Croatian NA. So just a quick question. This was one of the rare sessions during which very little, if anything at all, was said about problems with supporting documents. So is it possible that outside of Erasmus everything is great and there's only problems inside Erasmus, or what's the catch?
No, everything's not great. As you noticed, I mentioned it, but I skipped it. No, so as I said, within higher education at Movetia, for now we only have specific funding for people with disabilities. And as I said, it is based on effective cost, but it is also based on a very big administrative effort. And coming from people that already have to put in a lot of administrative work in their day-to-day lives for everything. So everything's not great, and the bureaucracy is much too heavy for now, and we're aware of that. So I've been confided with a mission to simplify the documents for the call 23, so the next call. And I'm looking into that, and that's definitely something we want to do for the next call and for the future. Because we've had feedback saying that it was even more administrative work than getting the official governor benefits. So we were thinking, well, that's not good. You know, we have to adapt this and make it easier if you want more people to benefit from the funding we actually provide. That is really, really an important funding as well. So it has to go and get out and get useful to the people.
So on a Turing perspective, it's been designed so that institutions are the ones with the responsibility for selecting which documentation is acceptable to them. So it puts a lot of onus on the universities, but also a fair degree of flexibility as well. So it's a tough balance to strike. But there are lots of other kind of issues in common with Erasmus. So the late payments to students, things like that, they all kind of are also present with Turing, and lots of things to work on in that regard.
From the perspective of TICE, again, the institutions are responsible for documenting evidence in this area, and I think the money is just going to universities and other institutions at the moment, so we don't know yet about the progress of getting it to the people who are being mobile.
If I may, from the ASEAN perspective, from outside looking in, Erasmus Plus is, I heard some of our experts and university leaders refer to it as the gold standard and as the holy grail. It's quite extreme. And joining you today, I realized that might not be exactly as we thought of it. So don't worry, I'll keep some of those things to myself. But I think that puts things into perspective. I was told by our colleagues here that this is a product of years of hard work to get to where we are today. And it's really nice to see how you want to push it even further to make it more inclusive. But from where we stand in the ASEAN, we're actually looking for inspiration from Erasmus. And that's why there's this initiative for the EU Share program. But it's going to be pushed, be carried through and over to the ASEAN. So hopefully the ASEAN can actually bring things together. Our number of outgoing students is actually at 302,000. That's so low for the number of higher education students we have. So yeah, maybe that gives some perspective to see that we are looking in this direction for inspiration.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for our panelists for all the useful presentation. I hope also you had like a broadened idea of how these mobility programs work. So thank you so much for your attention, and I think that you can reach them also during coffee breaks, so don't hesitate to do that. Thank you so much.
you also get to ask questions and share what you do. But before we do that, I would love to welcome Adele, Vice President of Development at ESN, to introduce a little bit more of what they do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes, amazing. Okay, I hope you are ready for the last block of the conference. I'm here to tell you something about Erasmus students engaging in local communities. Thanks a lot, Safi, for the introduction. And now let's dive into it. So for the past 2 days, we've been talking about how amazing mobility is, and I think that we all can agree that Erasmus is great. However, we see that international students are still not as included in the local communities as they could be. We see here that in terms of local friends, normal students find from 2 to 5 friends in local communities, and they spend most of their time abroad, still mostly in the international community. Also, when it comes to expectations and the reality, when we consider what students expect from the mobility before they depart, how included do they think that they will be during their mobility, the reality of that is a bit different, as you can see in the graph. We also asked the students if and how they took active part in any of the local activities during their time abroad. And here you can see that only 10% of them answered that they took active part in volunteering activities when they were on their exchange. It's not the best, and as you can see, also for other activities, the percentage is not so high either. And we in ESN and also with CM partners, we do believe that integration in local communities is very important in order to increase intercultural exchange and visibility of international student mobility, because we don't want people to feel as permanent guests when they are abroad. We actually want them to feel at home, and in order to do that, we need to include them more in local communities, right? So what exactly did we do in terms of the CM project? We organized the inclusive mobility workshop with young people from minority groups, as well as social impact and youth engagement multiplier training in Spain. Then we organized online community management for volunteers, social impact days twice in fall 2021 and spring 2022, communication and visibility campaign on volunteer integration activities, and last but not least, supported by smaller grants from CM, local face activities, 20 of them in 18 different countries. As you can see here, on the ground, we organized over 9,000 activities by over 5,000 local students, youth leaders, where we engaged almost 300,000 international students, and we brought them in touch with 140,000 locals, which I would say is pretty good, isn't it? All right, we also noticed that it was not always easy, especially in terms of the pandemic. So during the academic year 2020-2021, we moved mostly to online activities, but overall, the activity rate is still growing, which we are very happy to see. And because we would like to have a clear overview of all the impactful activities that we organize, we have this portal called Activities by the Erasmus Generation, where our members and sections can actually report all their activities, and they can also connect them to SDGs. It is also possible to get automatic analytics to understand the social impact they have by the activities they organize. So they also get a yearly overview. Here you can see a sneak peek of the main page of activities portal. And I would like to show you 2 examples of the local activities organized during the local phase. The first one is a human storyboard by ESN Greece. Here you can see what it looks like on the portal. They engaged over 40 participants, and in the bottom you can see that they covered 5 SDGs. And then an event organized by ESN Santiago de Compostela, where they engaged over 150 people. They covered 6 SDGs, and this is the overview they get. All right. In ESN, we also believe that enrichment of society through international mobility is extremely important. It is our mission, after all. But for that, we also believe that it is the social responsibility of higher education to have an impact on local community. And we believe that it is our shared responsibility to bring international reflections in classrooms in order to be ready for the challenges we face every day, and also to improve the transcultural skills of young people through intercultural dialogue. We also believe that introducing non-formal education techniques can help a lot to turn theory into practice. And by doing all of this, and by also organizing more impactful activities on the ground, we do believe that we will be able to create more active citizens in multicultural societies. So this is the message I wanted to share with you in this short presentation. We will now move to the panel, so you can ask your questions there. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Adele. That was really impressive numbers from the CM project and the work that you're doing on the local level. So we're going to continue on this notion, and we're going to move into a panel on civic engagement in international education. And to lead this panel, we have Wim with us.
Hello, everybody. Okay, great. So indeed, we just heard Adele speaking about how important it is to have civic engagement in mobility opportunities. And now that we have this topic introduced, we've been talking a lot about inclusion. We also want to bring this topic of how do we work on integrating young people into local communities. And for that, we have a panel of 4 very interesting speakers that I'm going to ask to come to the floor. So I'm going to ask Tiago, please, Stephanie, Juliette, and, Justine, sorry. Sorry, and Emmanuel to join me on stage. So I'm gonna maybe do a very quick round of introduction to our speakers. So we are joined here today by Emmanuel Gardon from the Coimbra Group of Universities. Emmanuel Gardon is the director of the Coimbra Group, a network of 40 universities really working on the topic of social engaged and social responsible institutions. We're also joined here by Justine, the director of ISM Besançon, who has been working on the ground with the topic of community engagement and international students. So she will be presenting a little bit more on how her section is doing things on the ground, which is a very inspiring story. We're also joined here today by Tiago from the National Agency of Portugal, who will explain us a little bit more of how they, as a national agency, see the role of the Erasmus program in community engagement, and Stephanie from the EPICUR European University Alliance, who really focus on challenge-based education. So I'm going to introduce the questions to each of the speakers, and then we will follow up maybe with questions from the audience. Justine, I need to scroll through my questions so that I get to the right person. Justine, ISM Besançon has been working on with the University of Franche-Comté for the past years on social Erasmus and how this has become a course unit at your university. Can you perhaps briefly explain to everybody here in the room what it is that you do exactly and how this makes what makes your initiative so special for international students? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, hi Wim, hi everyone. Thanks for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to introduce our initiative and how it works in Besançon. So as you said, I work for a local section in France, not too far from the Swiss border. And we we have been working in a great way with universities since 2016, because we have established an additional education unit, which allows international students to volunteer with like locals. And yeah, the idea is that the international student can get an academic recognition of the time they spend volunteering, and it basically comes with 3 ECTS and also a reference on the diploma supplement that shows what they did and what they got involved in. So the international students do like 25 hours volunteering during the semester. I mean, minimum, because some of them, they are doing much more. We've got like some big challengers. And they also have like a final presentation at the end of the experience. The idea is to bring them into kind of introspection, like what did this experience was for you and what was the benefits, I mean, for you and for the local community also. So maybe you are wondering how it works like concretely, like practically. So ESN coordinates the activities, and we do it with many partners, like local partners, such as local organizations, high schools, and also the municipality. So it brings a huge diversity of activities that the students can join. And on the academic part, there is a teacher who is like who supervised the final presentation at the end of the semester, but also all the academic process of recognition, like about administrative tasks and everything. So since 2016, we had like over 330 students who joined this additional education unit, and it was over 500 activities coordinated by ESN, and we reached over 2,500 locals, which is, I think, quite a lot. As you can imagine, there are like many benefits of this kind of like program or initiative for students, obviously, but also for the host community. The transcultural, intercultural dialogue and all the way that people can kind of meet themselves, a part of themselves through the others is amazing. And also we've got this idea of giving a true recognition for students, because we are always talking about engagement and it is great to do it, but I think it's really important also to give this kind of option so the student can also use it, I mean, later when they apply for a course or for a job or whatever, they can really prove that they did it. Yeah, and of course, they have this unique opportunity to also practice, well, French, because this is in France, but to practice a language in a like real world setting with native speakers from many different like background and everything. So it's also a bit unusual when we are talking about like courses and academic courses, right? And just like, I just wanted to say that something else that happened is that most of the students, when they do the final presentation and talk about this experience, most of them, they come like, okay, I want to volunteer again. That was like a first step. Well, some of them, they volunteered before, of course, but most of them, they really discover this aspect of like citizenship and civic engagement. And for them, they just see this additional education unit as a first step. So this is something that I think is also very important about the process. Yeah, and something else that is kind of a personal and also kind of emotional aspect, because those presentations, I wish I could like invite you to see it, because it's, most of them, they really like say it was probably the best part of my mobility, because I really felt part of the host community. I really felt like it was home, you know? We were talking about this before, and this is, I think, very important.
Amazing, Justine. I think it must be very motivational to see the students' reflections at the end of that experience. So I think that's, I'm a little bit jealous right now, even, you know? Unfortunately, maybe some of you might have noticed that one of the panelists is missing. She had to catch her flight because it was moved forward. And maybe some of you had the pleasure to hear her speak about service learning. So I'm also going to maybe in one sentence try to explain what she has much more expertise about. But after Justine's reflection, I also wanted to stand still with the concept of service learning and how service learning in itself is, of course, a concept to make sure that students can do this type of outreach activities working on world life experiences and problems, but at the same time also get recognition for it, as Justine explained. And then this leads us actually quite well to our next guest, which is Stephanie. And Stephanie, as Epicure, as one of the innovative European University Alliances, has civic engagement and challenge-based education as one of the key priorities. How does your alliance work towards improving these challenge-based education methodologies, and how do you reach out to local communities?
Thank you very much for the question, and also thank you very much for having me here today. I think challenge-based education is like a focus area of many European university alliances, and I'm like very happy to explain a little bit in more detail how we in Epicure, like one way how we in Epicure are like the concept we developed for challenge-based education. And like one mobility opportunity we offer in this area is what we call the EPIC missions. It is a concept we have developed where like it is a group project where students from all Epicure universities can participate in. And like during our pilot phase, we have identified challenge areas, for example, transformative cities or sustainable resource management, European futures, topics where we saw, okay, this is of interest to many of the students. And in these challenge areas, the students work on real-world challenges from real-world stakeholders. And the stakeholders are very often civil society organizations, which are local to one of the Epicure cities. And like in August, we had our first in-person kickoff event with 25 students, where the students met with us in Vienna. They got to know like the other students from their team. They got to know their stakeholder, and they got to know their challenge. And in this, like it was a very, very intensive 5 days, so very short-term physical mobility. And afterwards, the students are going home or went home again to all of their home universities and are working on for the next 6 months until end of January to present their solution to the stakeholder. So in this way, like we could already see in Vienna how like this international group could, like the heterogeneity of this group could help to get ideas. For example, like I'm like every group also has a mission guide. Like I'm, for example, the mission guide for the group working from a stakeholder in Vienna, the social city Vienna. We are like the contact persons, but the students are also working very independently. Like if they have questions for the stakeholder, they are asking their stakeholder. And also if their stakeholder has some new information for them, like on their projects, it's also like they are, like it's really projects they are working on themselves as well. So they are also supporting the students with information. And for example, the students in Vienna, they have the task to think about project ideas for a city forest, which Social City in Vienna has taken a lease on. And they should think about how to engage the community around this city forest in projects. So citizen science is a keyword there, and like already in a time in Vienna, students from Amsterdam said, we have something similar in the Netherlands, projects there. So there we could already see how this heterogeneity and this diversity of students and the international context could help to get ideas. And so this is what we have been working on. We hope it will get much bigger. And the idea also is that when the team phase ends end of January, there will be a solo phase, and then the students from the last cohort will come together again, also to get a good start for the next cohort, and let them know what the challenges are they might be facing, and help them to get a good start in that.
Great, thank you very much. I think we're all very excited to see how this will develop in the future, and of course how we can all learn and collaborate with you on the topic. Emmanuel, we've now seen two very interesting maybe practices that are happening on the ground, whether from one university or several universities. And you as a director of one of the university networks, how do you feel, what is the role of universities in engaging with society? How should they operate in society? And what is the social responsibility of the universities? And how can internationalization play a part in that?
Ooh, that's a lot.
It's a big question.
Thank you very much also for your invitation. It's been really interesting so far. Well, to respond to your first question about the role of universities in social engagement, I would say that it's both fundamental and historical at the same time. So Coimbra Group universities, they are among the oldest ones in Europe. We have Salamanca, Bologna, Padova, and many others. If you think about universities when they were created in the Middle Ages, their engagement with the local communities was obvious. And paradoxically, universities are rather known in the general public for their education, their research activities. But if you look at very recently during the pandemic, they have demonstrated how important and multifold their service to society is. We have surveyed our members at that time in 2020, and if you remember, you have seen in your own city that some universities were making their labs available to the local hospitals. They were transforming the use of their labs to produce hydroalcoholical products. They have been also crucial to provide information on the pandemic. So the university academics were present in the local debate, in the local television, and universities have also been instrumental in community building during these very difficult times of social isolation. They were organizing online cultural activities. They were connecting. We have examples of universities connecting their students to older people in residences. I'm thinking about Granada, for instance. So that societal engagement has always been there and is here. Maybe not identified at the same level as their other missions. But of course, universities are crucial players of what now the European Commission calls the knowledge square, which is the interaction between education, research, innovation, and service to society. So this is really a core mission of universities. So at the Coimbra Group, usually our universities are based in medium-sized cities. And the angle that we have taken to work together among this group of comprehensive 40 universities is through the cooperation with the local actors. And back in 2016 now, we have launched a structured framework, a charter. It's called the Poitiers Declaration because it was adopted in Poitiers, which aims at providing a tool for all our members to develop sustained and structural relationship with their cities. So it's a document that is co-signed by the rector of the university and the mayor of the city hosting the university. And it encourages both parts to work together along 10 lines of actions, among which some are directly related to engagement with society. The first line of action is about local governance, to develop joint activities related to local governance, so directly related to civic engagement. There is also a line of action around internationalization, dissemination of knowledge and education on the territory. And I will not mention the 10 of them, otherwise you will still be here this evening. But this is, we believe that this, again, structured and not ad hoc cooperation with the local authorities is a key dimension for structuring this engagement with society. And then maybe we have talked a lot these 2 days about the student engagement and how universities develop the civic engagement of students. But I think universities are complex organizations, and we should also look at the social engagement of universities throughout all their categories and how universities promote the social engagement of their academics, of their administrators, and their students. And to come back to the last question, which was about internationalization, and I will directly link with what Justin said. So Coimbra Group universities are also international by nature. Almost 20% of all Erasmus mobilities across Europe are directly from or to a Coimbra Group university. So this is really a very important dimension for us. And we've been working very well with Erasmus Student Network forever when it comes to policy issues, let's say. But last year we decided to strengthen our cooperation, not to do more statements or etc., but because we realized that almost all Coimbra Group universities have a local ESN section. And as long as we have working groups where our members can exchange, learn together about research funding, about the difficulties they face with mobility, we thought that it would be also really valuable both for ESN and for Coimbra Group universities to bring together around the same table these couples of one ESN local section and one university. And we had the first meeting in December last year, where precisely you would have been a perfect example to show a best practice. We had other universities among our network to show how far you can go in the relation, in the support, in the cooperation between the university and the ESN local section. So this is how we are now working at the level of the network to try to, this agreement, this memorandum of understanding is really with the objective to strengthen the local engagement of international students in Coimbra Group universities. So sorry, I've been too long, but...
No, thank you very much. So what people really enjoyed. No, I think, so as a key takeaway for me, I take the comment related to working with your local communities and cross collaboration between universities and ESN sections, which I think is a very nice takeaway. Tiago, that leads me to you. With the new program kickstarting in 2021, and as Emmanuel also mentioned, with challenges over the past 2 years that we've been facing, we identify a clear need to give civic engagement a more clear space in the program, let's say. How can the Erasmus program be used to implement better and or more inclusive integration initiatives?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the invitation, of course. Greeting to Juan, Rita, and I will start by explaining the relation that Portuguese NA has with the ASEAN from Portugal. For example, we started last year talking about how can we make such an impact through the students without talking with the students? So we have an agreement, we have a formal agreement with Portugal SCN, and we started to discussing these things about how can we make a life easier to the international students. First, we saw the national agencies as a part of a system, so we are linked to every area in the government, in the parts to do the policy. So we have to follow a strategy with all the partners, all the stakeholders, to be connected with them. And that kind of thing make us think about how can ASEAN be a partner, but in everything that we are doing. So starting from the inclusion, the digital, the environment, but connect the students through what we are doing. And it's an important part of my speech presentation, because sometimes we have things, problems, that we are not seeing what students are thinking of. So, first of all, we try to connect ASEAN with the national agency to try to solve these problems. Next, we see this national agency has a public server, so we are trying to connect the policy between, for example, the Minister of Labor with the Minister of Higher Education and the Education to create a common strategy how to receive international students. And this is an important part because we have to combine all the efforts to make a useful job for the people that are visiting, but also the outgoing students as well. See, we tend to link inclusion, as we see, with the participation, with the civil engagement, with all the area that, for example, one question that we have a lot and we are trying to figure it out how to solve it. Is civil engagement a part of inclusion? For example, if the students are not involved, are they included? They have the part that they can actually participate in the things that we are offering them. So these questions are the things that the national agencies should have a strategy to try to involve every stakeholders in our space, our country, but also the international institutions, universities, polytechnics, what else? So, as we see the national agency with this role, we are trying to figure it out how to do it. For example, we have a working group for democratic participation, but an internal one. So we are trying to figure it out, for example, how to put the people from the national agency to participating in the decisions and the things that we are doing. This is one of the examples that we are sharing to try to make two part of the gestion of the management of the program. So we have to involve more people in the decisions. And this that we are doing in our agency, we are promoting every institutions to engage the most of the people, and of course including the international students as well, in these decisions. And we have some good examples of it. I can give you an example that it's not really connected to Erasmus+, but it's a thing that comes naturally with the international students. For example, in Portugal, some universities, some academic associations, they promote the international students to vote, to represent to their representatives. So for example, it's quite common in Portugal to have an international student in a board of a student union, for example. So we are trying to get them involved in the decisions, to represent themselves and to participate in all the decisions that the students make for the students in this case. So that's one of the examples of how to promote an inclusion, but also a civil engagement. More examples of it. We see this issue, this part. We have 3 steps, 3 ways of seeing it. For example, first, we have the typical work of the national agency. So the projects, the institutions running, applying to that projects, and we are trying to push them to be more inclusive, more participation, but they already do this job. They have this awareness in the civil society about what are the path and how they should do it. But we have the second part of it. It's the outgoing students. So how can we prepare them to go to other countries? And some institutions do it quite well. For example, the language. Is the language a barrier for inclusion, for example? If you cannot explain yourself, you cannot participate, and then a lot of problems can be around it. So this part of preparing students to go abroad, it's also an important part to be involved in the projects, but also give them tools to be a part of their communities. So it's also a quite important issue for us. And the third part, I will give you an example from Portugal. We have a policy that are trying to get all the countrysides linked. So for example, we have the part near the sea that it's most popular and have a lot of people, a lot of students, but we have the countryside. One of the cities, the regions, it's called Bragança. Did you heard about it? Yes. So Bragança, many years ago, they face a problem that was they are getting, they don't have such so many students as they liked. So it was kind of difficult problem to solve because it was a region that was not in the center. Bragança, it's more close to Madrid than it is to Lisbon, for example. So it was quite a problem. And then Bragança, Polytechnic de Bragança, made a choice. They choose to receive international students to create a completely different environment in their city. So that was a thing that the mayor of the city was clearly involved. They give the resources to the institutions to receive international students. And now they have 8,000 students, and 3,000 of it are international students. So there are a lot of countries, nationalities. For example, they have a students' union for African students. And they are representing themselves and create different things and different needs that the institution has to give an answer and to provide the solutions to increase all the things that students could need. So, to conclude, as national agency, we are trying to be a part of a bigger plan. So a plan that involves the Commission, of course, involves the national government, but we identify ASEAN as one of the most important partners in this journey. Second term, the examples that I gave to you are a little piece of everything that we are doing. So in our point of view, it's quite an honor to receive international students, but we have a lot of work to do it. So I give it to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiago. I think it was very interesting to see how you plan to or aim to connect internationalization and education with other governmental bodies, which in a sense is trying to figure out how we can engage them with other parts of society. So very much part of the discussion that we were aiming to have. Now, I would like to maybe open the floor to the whole panel and ask, with these reflections in mind, trying to make sure that we reach, that international students reach more to local communities. What is it that the Erasmus program should be doing? And what would we need from the program to actually make this more achievable? Justine.
Well, just to, yeah, I'm gonna explain to you maybe something about our experience is how it started, you know? Well, we had a long-term established kind of tradition in Besançon with social inclusion activities run by volunteers and everything. But then, in 2016, we had the opportunity to get a grant for innovating project, you know, related to students. So we applied and we got this grant, and it was a 3-year grant. So that was the first step for us to get into this official recognition engagement dimension. So this money allow us to have an employee, because as a student organization, of course, you can do many things, you can organize many activities, but when it goes to an academic situation and organization, it can be quite complicated for volunteers. So we had this opportunity, thanks to the grant, to have a first person working for ESN. And then 3 years later, this project was working really well, and many international students got involved and everything. Then 3 years later, we had to find a way to keep going, you know. And ever since, we keep looking for fundings to make it still going. And what I think now is, as civic engagement being like a priority of the program, there is probably something to think in a way of supporting in a better way, like in a concrete way, local civil society organization, which are doing a lot. And what I think also is that universities are doing a lot already, and that maybe we can just see the way to work together as something that is very complementary, and that I think sometimes university cannot do all of it. So just like many organizations do have the expertise and can do it, so maybe the support of the program could go to financial and better resources, because to do quality project and everything, we need it to support students.
Interesting take. Is there anybody who wants to also reflect on this?
I can say a few words, of course, not directly to, of course, funding and things, but this actually bring one thing to my mind. For example, as a student who are participating in Erasmus Plus, this student is aware of, for example, European affairs, what's going on the problem. For example, it's possible to do an Erasmus Plus exchange and not think about Europe. It's possible to go have this experience and not think about how the European elections are going, for example. This is also a key issue for us, at least in national agency, to create this awareness in the students that are going to have this experience, but to make them feel Europe, to make them think about it. What I'm using a public funding, I'm using a program, what can I do for Europe with all that knowledge that I have? And this is a part that we can link to, of course, inclusion, because they have to be a part of it and get involved in some activities, not parties or politicians, but in activities, daily basis with their friends, their colleagues. They have to have that opportunity. So it's possible for a student to go to Europe and not know about European institutions. And this is a problem that we are not have the answer, of course, but we are trying to figure it out. And of course, any contribute is very helpful to try to manage this issue, try to put them in a strategic plan and make them work as, I don't know how yet, but make them work in European level.
Okay, great. So on the one hand, I've heard so far resources in order to make sure that it becomes an equal partnership between universities on the one hand and civil society on the other. And on the other hand, I also hear the need for people to be able to reflect on the role of their mobility so that they can communicate this role better while on exchange, which I think is also a very valid point. Maybe Emmanuel, if I may, you were mentioning before that we now trying to implement Erasmus in schools within the Coimbra group to make this like the ultimate reality, and we all do what Justine was saying in Besançon. What would you need for your university network?
No, that's a very interesting reflection. When I was, so I'll just make a parenthesis. When I was listening to you about the students telling it's the best experience of their Erasmus stay, it reminded me, we have, every year we award also a prize for the best, so Erasmus students within our network have to explain how the Erasmus experience had an impact on the continuation of their academic path, so on their master course. And usually what I have seen is that the members in the selection committee, beyond the academic link with the Erasmus stay abroad, they are very sensitive to that. The students that get the award are usually students that were involved in the local community in very different ways, but very with a strong connection that usually there's still a link when they go back to their own country. So listening to my colleagues here, my impression is that for the moment, from the part of the Commission, it's one of the main objectives, but there's no real incentives except some top-ups. And so everything is really left for just the improvisation of universities, of students. And if we want a qualitative leap here, we really need to have also, as was presented this morning for the other aspect of more inclusiveness, we need to have some changes in all the documents of the Erasmus process. Probably I know that now students will report about this at the end of their experience, and there will be some here and there some narratives, but beyond the narratives, we need this to include this from the beginning of once the mobility is launched, this should be part of it, and not just coming at the end as a plus on your learning outcomes. But I also very much like the idea of allocating ECTS. So in this case, it's not in the power of the Commission, but this is an example that should disseminate across higher education institutions, because this is really an incentive for students to engage.
Great, thank you very much for that. And I'm gonna jump actually back to Stephanie, and I hope I don't corner you too much because we didn't discuss this, but specifically in the European University Alliances, the Commission has this real goal of this challenge-based education, right? Which is part of what we're discussing, this type of initiatives could be. How do you feel like this is going from your end? And if you want to, what would you need as well to make sure that that becomes a full reality within your alliance?
And that's a very interesting and relevant question. And now, like with November starting, we are starting in the next 4 years, but it's also the phase where we really need to think about implementation. I mean, it's interesting what you say, like the funding will run out in 4 or 6 years, nobody knows, but I mean, it will run out at some point. So really implementing it in study programs is definitely one aim from us, like really getting study program coordinators interested in our concepts, also integrating other mobility opportunities within Epicure, which are all like kind of challenge-based and interactive and student-centered, and really, dedicating also like recognizing teaching load also within the alliance is a central aspect. Like at the moment we have teachers offering Epicure courses mainly on a voluntary basis. Some get some funding from somewhere else, but also like collaborative teaching is a big issue. How is this recognized? So there are definitely some challenges we need to solve within the next 4 years to really implement it in a way to have it also continuing. And that would also have like one issue which also was mentioned this morning was communication to students. Like at the moment, like students participating in our office, they like it and enjoy it, but it's very hard to reach students. Yeah, and of course also that they can integrate the office in their curriculum, but therefore also having like aiming for real integration and having also some support from higher levels at the universities, saying, okay, we really want our universities to support this. I think is definitely something to work on.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's say we make international student mobility more engaged. We reach our goal, and international students are as active as they can be, right? What do you believe would then be the ideal impact of internationalization as a whole, but perhaps Erasmus Plus in particular, on the local community? So what if students are engaging at the maximum, and we saw earlier today that 10% is only doing it, so we're not there yet, but let's say we have 100% of students volunteering on exchange. What would be the ideal impact on the community they would be volunteering in?
Jump. I would say 2 words if you allow me. So maybe I'm a dreamer, but I would say tolerance, because I think that if all types of peoples, whether old people, I don't know, shopkeepers, whichever people in the hospitals, whichever students, international students interact with, get this opportunity to exchange ideas, to get to know someone from another country, maybe that they don't even know where to situate it on the map. I hope that tolerance is the impact on the local community, greater tolerance. And then for the program itself, for the Erasmus program, I think it's also a question of sustainability, because there is also sometimes still this image that Erasmus students are just here for 6 months and fun, but if there is also direct connection between the local community and the international students, it's also a gain in terms of sustainability for the Erasmus program.
Very good points. I'm looking at the others.
Well, I can say a few words about the local communities. For example, the example that I gave a few minutes ago was like a win-win to everybody. So, for example, the community, the city, have been improved a lot in the number of youngsters, for example, and link the several generations of people, of course, that shapes the community to a new ideas, to a new thinking, of course, tolerance, but also a new tools and new ideas that brings all that mix that improves the city. So it's also important to explain to the cities the gains, the wins that they have with receiving the international students. And of course, this thing that they shouldn't look to the students all at the same way, and they all only have 6 months, so they came to have parties and things like that. That thing starts locally. So as a national agency, for example, we are always trying to get all the cities involved, to explain them how they can benefit with that experience, but in all levels, for example, economic as well. So the international students are coming, spending money, involving all the services and the things that they need actually in the daily basis. So it's also important to engage the cities in that mission and what they can benefit with it. So that part is also important, and it's also a national agency part to explain that and in getting involved and create the environment, the perfect environment to get everybody linked, as you can say.
Great. So the involvement of cities and making sure that every citizen understands the benefit of mobilities. Justine, do you want to, like, if you could get every international student in your city to engage with every local member of the community, what would happen?
I won't be able to manage it, for sure. Too much. But, well, I would say that probably the feeling of being home, you know, of being part of the community would be like huge, because like through the experience of the student that I could see, that I could like see, it's something that really give meaning, you know. It's like, okay, I went abroad, I had this opportunity. Sometimes I don't even really know why I did this, but I did it. And then, you know, once they can experiment this, it really like, makes sense. So I would say that probably this would be just like a better way for people to experiment mobility, and that, of course, it would be a huge like opportunity also for locals to meet people from other countries, other culture, different languages, different way of life. It's like diversity, and it's so rich.
Great. I think that's actually a very good comment that ties it back to the start of our conversation of the first 2 days, right? So because it makes the diversity more present and more direct and engaged. Now I'm going to open the floor to the audience. Maybe there are questions or reflections of the audience. I see one hand, two. Abnora.
Hi, so this question is meant for Justine. You mentioned that the international students are involved in many projects with the local community. Would it be possible to list a few so the rest of us would have an idea on how we can implement this in our own sections? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was kind of hoping that someone would ask the question. Well, we do it with, like I said, with many different type of partners. But obviously, we work with organization, like local organization. It's with the, like organization offering leisure to kids with disabilities, for example, or that organize food distribution for people in need. We also work with schools, but like I mean from the like schools for like kindergarten and very young. So we work more on the intercultural aspect and everything, but also with high schools, and then it gets more into like testimonies from international students that also bring the question of mobility and what is the point to do it. And we also have a really great collaboration with the municipality, especially for activities that we do with elderly. Like, we've got this kind of places where old people can live, but like they don't need that much like medical assistance and everything, but still they can live in a place where they feel safe and everything. So for example, we do many activities with these people. And yeah, and to give you maybe like concrete idea of what we do, so it can be like to cook an international dinner together and then eat and chat and just share a moment. Well, we actually cook and eat a lot. That's a problem. But like, look, food is a really good way to meet someone, so yeah, we use it. It can be presentation about a specific aspect of the culture of an international student. It can be language teaching, like very simple thing, but yeah, it can be, I don't know, many things. Origami with the Japanese student, it can be, yeah, whatever. Actually, the activity doesn't really matter. I mean, it's a tool to make people meet each other and spend a moment together and share something. Yeah, thank you.
Great. I saw that there was one more question, so I'm going to give the floor to you.
Hi, I'm Alessandro from ESN Italy. First of all, thank you, because when I think about civic engagement and internationalization, I think the bigger purpose there is that we have in our countries, in our cities, international students for a limited period of time, and then when they go home as better people because also of our work, and that's personally what makes me go on as a volunteer. I think to do so, as you already pointed out, we have to bring together a lot of different stakeholders, NGOs, university, and so on. So my question is if you have any future advice on how in our countries, sections, and so on, how can we reach out better to those stakeholders? Thank you.
I can try to answer that question, since we also need stakeholders who are providing challenges for our EPIC missions. And what we definitely realized was if us from Freiburg would have reached out to stakeholders from Thessaloniki, it wouldn't have worked. So we got people in Thessaloniki who are quite well, have a good network in Thessaloniki reaching out to people, and the same happened in Karlsruhe. So really finding people who really know the city and different stakeholders, and then approach them on a more personal level, I would say definitely helped us to do so. Yeah.
Well, maybe in your relation with the institution of the university, maybe knocking at different doors and not only the international office, where maybe I guess you have privileged relationships, but I'm sure that there are other, not necessarily departments, but other offices within the university that probably don't know the existence of ESN local section, but could be helpful to connect, because university is open to the city, is open to the local territory, so there are many offices working with local actors. And as you were mentioning, introducing yourself in the relationship that the university has with the city. They usually have not necessarily always structured relationship, but they have, and it's the best way to be in these meetings and connect the cities. Yeah, probably the municipality is the gate door to all the local associations, and then a good way for you to connect.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to close the conversation here, but I would like to thank everybody for the participation, and I think I have a very new takeaways that were very inspirational, so I hope that it was the same for everybody in the audience. Thank you very much for being here today with us.
All right. That was the last panel of today. Very insightful, lots of great suggestions for what we can do. Before we round up with a final keynote, I was thinking it would be interesting to hear a little bit what your takeaway is from this conference. You've spent 2 days with us. You've gone through sessions, through discussions, through encounters. What's your main takeaway? I'm just going to go out in the audience and hand you the mic.
I've learned a lot. I have been inspired by so many young people. This is so good to hear, the initiative coming from the young people, which is the people I work for, and I see that the young people work for us as well. So thank you to all of you. And thank you to ESN. I thought it was mainly party organizers, so I'm amazed. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Do we have any other opinions, perhaps? Someone feeling?
Well, I'm going to take plenty of ideas of things to implement in my university and in my city, so it's really pleasant to be here to take a little bit from everyone. And as a former ESNer myself, it's very pleasant to be back in the system, so there.
All right, I'm just hunting down people. No? You?
Happily, always. What I got out of this entire time and out of this conference is an immense amount of gratitude for everyone, for the amount of work that everyone puts in, the effort that everyone puts in, and the care and the passion that everyone has. Sometimes things seem difficult, but then when you have like one person who's dedicated and a second person who got inspired by the first person and brings their own passion into it, and suddenly you have an entire giant organization that has everyone put together and doing like so much work and actually changing and improving the lives of others. It's been 30 years that ESN has been a thing. Over 30 years that ESN has been a thing, and it is impressive how much that is run by the drive and the passion of everyone that is here, and by the dedication of everyone that is here. So gratitude is what I'm feeling and what I've gotten out of this, and also lots of knowledge and things that everyone can apply. So again, thank you to everyone, and thank you to you.
All right, that's great. And we've heard a little bit. And we're going to hear from Juan, the president of ESN, what he takes with him. Hopefully not someone else's jacket.
Madonna mic issues, right? Yes. Take this one. Okay, I will take the podium for a last time. You know, like, it's always dangerous to let the president speak because we like to speak a lot. But it's a very emotional moment, to be honest. It's a very emotional moment closing this conference with a final speech. I would like to start this final conversation with you by thanking all the people behind the scenes, thanking all the fantastic staff who has been working to put together this conference. Please, a big round of applause to all the ESNers. Thank you so much. A dedicated team of passionate young people working for values, working for more and better mobility. It's fantastic. Also, a very big applause to our former president and fantastic moderator, Safi. Please, how good that was. How good. So now you know who to call if you're looking for a moderator for your events, right? She's available. Very nice. Also to my colleagues in the board of ESN International for all the work, for the presentations, and to all the support structures in ESN working to not only for this conference, but for the training and for the many activities. Also, please, another applause to him, to them. And very importantly, also, as we are in the final months of our social inclusion engagement project that has been running since 2019, I want to dedicate a special appreciation, a huge round of applause to our director, Wim. Wim, around 10 years ago, wait, 1 second. Around 10 years ago, Wim was a young student in Istanbul doing his mobility, and now 11 years down the line, he's here leading one of the most important projects to make mobility more inclusive. I think this says a lot about what Erasmus Plus is, about what internationalization is in terms of empowering people to work for others. So thank you so much, Wim. We are honored to have you, and a tremendous applause to him. Very nice. And finally, and very importantly, thank you so much to all the participants and speakers, ESNers, university staff, higher education institutions, national agencies, civil society organizations. There were a lot of conversations this weekend about the importance of co-creation. I, as you can imagine, attend a lot of events, a lot of meetings. We have a lot of those events in which we have a lot of people working in universities, and maybe I am the only student, there's one, two, and the other way around. But this was different. Here, we have a 50-50 event of people working together with an open mind, learning from each other, thinking about solutions, daring to dream a bit together, which is super important. It was really inspiring for us because it really shows that co-creation can work. That is not only the right thing to do, morally speaking, it's also the most effective thing to do. It's the most effective way of creating collective intelligence. We are extremely grateful about you taking the time. I know you're very busy, NA staff. We have like 5, 6 NAs here, even more. University staff taking 2 days of your time to come here and join us. It really matters a lot. We really hope it was useful for you. And you know that you will always have a partner in the Erasmus Student Network. So please, an applause to you as well. And this leads us to basically the message that I want to convey here, which is the power of collaborations. The power of collaborations to create this beginning of systemic change that we're trying to grasp here. I think that in our case, for those who don't know a bit about our history, we were born now 33 years ago. It's going to be your birthday in a couple of weeks, ESM birthday. So just like my colleague did yesterday, maybe we can invite you to a party. We sometimes organize some parties, I'm not going to lie. Very good ones, by the way. But basically, we were born with the idea that students were not only beneficiaries of Erasmus+, that the students could have a leading role making the program better. And 33 years down the line, we are more convinced than ever about this. We are more convinced than ever that indeed we are the beneficiaries, but we can be partners to create things together. And this is a main takeaway that we want to convey to you. Now, when you go to your universities, when you go to your national agencies, or even when you go to your local sections or national organizations, because sometimes we don't believe it ourselves in ESN. Think about yourself as an actor of change. Think about your students as actors of change. Bring them to the tables where decisions are being made, because they will have an impact. They will reflect on their own experiences, and they will help to make things different. Sometimes, when we talk about, like a topic like inclusion, the picture can seem a bit grim. We have all these data points with all these problems. It can be a bit overwhelming, right? I mean, some of you told me, whoa, it really looks like things are terrible. But I think that it's important to finish this event with a message of achievement, of pride, and also of hope. Because 35 years after the beginning of Erasmus+, we can talk about one of the biggest European success stories. We can talk about millions of lives being changed. And also we can talk about a triumph of the power of small things. If Erasmus+ is anything, it's a recognition of how much small things matter. A program that started with a few thousand students, and there was something very simple, moving students from one university to the other, has led to the creation of a new generation of people who challenge borders, who challenge assumptions, and who's willing to make a difference. And the beautiful thing is how this has been possible. It has been possible due to a lot of combinations of very small actions. I think it was Stephanie now reflecting on how many times the people in the IROs are doing extra time to help those students, about how you have those university coordinators taking some time to make those contacts and create new mobilities. You have those student volunteers from ESN, from other organizations, taking the time to welcome students at the train station, at the airport. You have the people in the NAs trying to organize one more meeting on one more call at 10 in the morning because the beneficiary module is not working and everything is a mess, right? And this is the power of Erasmus+, the power of small and tangible things. So this is the takeaway that we want to convey. Think about how a combination of many small things, small changes, and small details, when there is a strategy, when there is a plan, when there is a vision, can lead to systemic change. And this is what we want to achieve with SIM. We didn't want to stay just in the surface. We wanted to gather actions together, understanding the data, doing training, doing engagement, to start a process that doesn't finish now. We are in a better position than we have ever been. We have more data than ever, we have more awareness than ever, we have 200 people here speaking about inclusion, talking about the documents, talking about the trainings, and now we just need to continue. We just need to continue the work and to think that it was possible. If I think we would have gone to the first people 35 years ago in Bologna, in Poitiers, in all those universities, and we would have told them that only 35 years later, most Europeans would know almost as much a program for exchange than their own currency, people would be surprised, but it was possible. And this is what we need to do now. Continue thinking about how we can combine our small actions in our local communities, in our universities, with our students, with an idea of systemic change. This idea of connecting the dots has been the base of our work in SIM. What comes next? The Erasmus Student Network will continue to put on top of our agenda the topics of inclusion and engagement. We have recently been awarded with a new grant called EGEM, Enriching Communities Through Engaging Mobilities, and we will try to incorporate those systemic changes in educational frameworks that have been discussed here. We will use all our data, also coming from our latest survey, to continue understanding the different barriers to mobility. And also now, in the run-up to the EU elections 2024, we'll continue to try to create the conditions so exchange students and international students can fully participate in democratic life, because we do believe that Erasmus Plus has a key role to play in improving society. And of course, we want to do this with all of you. We want to be more relevant in your universities, in your national context, at all levels. We are in a position to help and support. So this is what we want to convey. We are here to work together with all of you. Our success as an organization, moving from a couple of local associations to 500 local sections in more than 41 countries, comes from that. From the idea that collaboration is always better than confrontation. We live in complicated times, right? We live in complicated times. There is a very challenging geopolitical situation. There are problems in the world, inflation, these things that can lead to cynicism and despair. But just to finalize, I have to say that it is an honor for me to be part of this community of people from all backgrounds and ages, from different walks of life, who really think that through their actions in their day-to-day work, in their day-to-day life, can make a difference. So now, come back to after taking a good rest, because this has been a very intense couple of days, go back to your own country, go back to your own city, and reflect a bit about all the impact that you have. Because I can tell you, it matters a great deal. You are helping to change the lives of thousands of young people. Their lives will never be the same thanks to you. And indeed, there are many cool jobs in the world. You need to do a lot of extra time. You need to deal with a lot of tools. But we are really making a difference. And we're really thankful for that. This has been all. My friends, thank you so much. And we hope to see you very soon in the next conference. Take care.